because you can use it, and this is exactly why I have it. Okay. My mother-in-law used it for this thing, but she passed away a year ago. just talked to her. Sure. Maybe four.
selected to be on the governance committee there, so.
You don't have some say?
Hopefully, well, they sent me a draft yesterday. It's 7 pages. I had to work on my own
Recording in progress.
Yeah, yeah.
up with that?
Up to no good, soggy bottom boys or young scouts.
Probably the second one.
Yeah. I guess this year the announcer is a big flower.
I've been on since 2012. Each one, it's in my bag over there for sure. But yeah, so it's good. I'm working. Yeah, like you're saying, agricultural strategy. It's actually a neat process. Yeah, well, it's a guy from Toronto.
Mother Earth has a heartbeat. We maintain a pulse on this by honoring the indigenous identity. We're committed to community and equality. We connect both indigenous and industry leaders to develop renewable and alternative energy. We do this to preserve our natural environment, for ourselves, and for the generations to come.
Why is First Nations Power Authority important to you?
So we can continue to have clean airs, earth, and water for my future.
And what does FNPA mean to protecting the environment?
Because they can help our communities become healthier and greener, and FNPA is my family.
I believe that it's the youth that are pushing us in this direction, using our energy more cleanly. I'll give you an example. My granddaughter, when she was 5 or 6 years old, maybe 4 years old, I was driving down the road one day and I picked up a coffee, and me and her were going down the back roads, and I was done my coffee and I threw out my coffee cup. She stopped me right there and said, "Mushum, do you know you're making the earth sad?" So ever since that day, I've never thrown anything out of my truck. It stays in my truck, and when I get to, so there goes the position that I'm taking. It's the young people that are pushing us as older people and the political people to be more cleaner with our energy.
Clean energy is important for my generation, so we may have a chance to have clean air, clean water, and clean land. and FNPA is helping to ensure a better future.
It's a good day to be Indigenous. It's a good day.
With my position with Meadow Lake Tribal Council, I work directly with the new bioenergy facility that's being constructed alongside the North Sask Forest Products sawmill. Extremely interesting project that's focused on renewable energy production, totally associated with using waste product from North Sask Forest Products. All of the bark and trim ends and sawdust that come out of the sawmill that is currently being used in or being burnt in a 50-year-old beehive burner will now be combusted in a new piece of technology that will produce 6.6 megawatts of energy that will be fed directly into the Sask Power grid. And that is enough energy to actually power 5,000 homes.
The Meadow Lake Tribal Council is always looking for new ways of building economy and being part of the Saskatchewan future. The MLTC Bioenergy Centre is a prime example of how that fits in with that mandate. We're very proud to be part of Sask Power's future. We're very proud to be part of the Meadow Lake Tribal Council's arsenal of new developments, and we're proud to be part of Northwest Saskatchewan and all the new growth and opportunity that brings with it, whether that's employment, new skill development, and new revenue streams.
Please join us as the future is clean energy and helping Mother Earth sustain a bright new future for our First Nations communities.
FNPA, the pathway to powerful opportunities.
Well, good morning everyone, and also welcome to the people in virtual land and everybody watching us from heaven. We thank God for being here with us. And with that, I want to introduce my wife to offer an opening prayer for us. Priscilla, if you will.
Na. Mama uittavi maukin naskom magan usmina kiton. Igisksan magawian kakaki simuan. Nanaskumun kaki o miuan skak. Kasarko etta makmina kuttake miasik. Kiskaw emiak. Mahtimakiam. Ngan tahtamun pigskon kakyogan stotaku kutak. Heavenly Father, God, I thank you for the gift of being here and for us to celebrate another day. And in fairness, I borrow the language for those brothers and sisters that don't speak my language. I acknowledge the gift of the tobacco. And this morning, I'm overwhelmed on different bases. One is with the Orange Day coming up, and I know I have to leave to do a ceremony for Prince Albert this afternoon. And thinking of being in Dakota Territory is overwhelming for me for a personal reason, that I've received a lot of training and wisdom from Dakota elders and Dakota elders from the States. And I acknowledge we have, I honor them for going underground and keeping our ceremonies alive. And to be in a wonderful place called Dakota is very moving for me personally, and I thank them for, I think there's no one teacher for me. There is many. And then when I look at the drum group, I honor the drum group as the drum beat of Mother's heartbeat. And I think, oh, Creator, you're so wonderful. Mark here wouldn't remember, but I was working for INAC many years ago. I won't say not too many. Anyway, I made a field trip into his home community, and his grandmother said, "Would you come over to the house? I want to give you some preserves at your noon hours." So I went, and Mark was just wheeling around in his little contraption there. And the grandmother opened the door, and guess what? He went cruising by and right down this big long flight of stairs, cement bottom. And his mother and his grandmother were just crying, and I raced down there because you could see him tumbling in his walker in the air. Big long flight of stairs, cement, and up the bottom, he's smiling. I rushed him to the hospital, and there was no injuries. And he's meant to be honoring the drum today, and it's very moving. There was a purpose for him. And I acknowledge Chief Guidon Child, and also Chief Felix Thomas, and other chiefs that are here. I'm not the politician, so I don't know all the chiefs, but coming from an Indian aspect, to know the first names is very important because you're connecting with that person. And then it's great that we have leaders, but we need to honor our leaders. But also we all need to take responsibility to bring the Mother Earth back into harmony. And I thank Heavenly Father, I thank you for all your children that are gathered here. Give us those 2 years to listen and honor and respect each other. And I ask especially today for health for my partner, Lawrence, that he will be sustained by your love to carry the task that he has to do responsibly in a healthy way. And I also ask for your presence in all the individuals, that they have the courage to ask the questions, and the answers will be forthcoming. All this is so important, and also for attentiveness, please keep up. Look after our home fires and also the places of learning. And we pray for all our hospitals in the pandemic. There is much need for acknowledging you. All this I pray in Jesus' name, and put everybody in your hands as I proceed to other things today. Hi, hi.
Thank you very much for that prayer. Again, we want to acknowledge the territory, the Dakota territory. Chief Darcy Bear and the council members are busy preparing for other things like tomorrow's Indigenous Day. Everybody's busy. It's good to see the NDP colors. I'm just kidding. The orange shirts, there's a story behind that. And we want to ask Ali Bear, is it? Ali Bear, I'm not sure who, I've never met her. That's you? Yeah. Pretty girl, I'm sure, but she's got her face covered. And she's also the daughter of Chief Darcy Bear, and soon to be Vice Chief of the FSIN. Welcome, Chief.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
Padame. Hahana Washte, good morning. I want to thank our elder for the beautiful prayer this morning. And I would like to thank everybody, each and every single one of you, for being here today. And I'd like to acknowledge the leadership in the room. And I'm going to, give a territory acknowledgement. And, I want to welcome everybody. We are on Treaty 6 territory, and we are on which is the ancestral territory of the Cree, the Dene, the Anishinaabe, the Blackfoot, and also the Dakota and Nakota nations. So I want to welcome you here today to my territory and my home. I'm a Dakota Weyan, very proud Dakota Weyan from Mapahaska Oyate, which is Whitecap Dakota First Nation. Yes, and so I just want to welcome everyone here for a very important event to discuss, our issues, which are coming to light right now. And we're going to find solutions for those issues when it comes to, our climate and taking care of our future generations. So with that, I hope you guys all have a great day. Padamaye. Thank you.
Which office are you running for again?
Third.
Third Vice Chief?
Yeah. You might see my posters around.
See all of where do you pick up our checks to? Is there? Safe travels there, young lady. God bless you. And welcome again to all of you. And certainly it's Treaty 6 territory and homeland and traditional territory for brothers and sisters, the Métis. And like Chief Guy Lonechild said yesterday, we're not going to give up on you guys. We had a meeting yesterday, but I don't know if there's anybody that was notified to come, so they didn't come. Just kidding. So I want to get the show rolling. We do have a drum group here. I gave them a selection of 3 names that they could have as a drum group. One is up to no good. They said thumbs down on that one. Second one, the Soggy Bottom Boys. I don't know. So I want to introduce the Young Scouts. If you're able to rise, my friends, let's honor the Dakota and our nations with an honor song. All right, thank you. Just makes you want to go to a powwow, eh? Just to hop around. By the way, the wife was talking about Mark, one of the drummers, the singers. I don't know if he wants me to tell everybody he's my nephew, eh? It's not good for him. Okay, we want to introduce some of the, well, you're all important, but Chief from Nika Anit, Chief Alvin Francis, where are you sitting there? Good to see you. I didn't recognize your covering there, but good to see you. Good to see leadership and council members and former and present and recycled like me. Former council member from Muscadet, good friend of mine, Randy Bear, is here. He hasn't got his traditional cap on. Net, it says. I want to introduce the chairman of the board, chairman of this board, the indigenous side, the whole side, Chief from Kenniston, Mr. Sorry, my friend. Chief Felix Thomas, Kinnison, Chairman.
Thanks, LJ. We're reminiscing earlier, and because we've known each other for 35 years, and LJ sang at my wedding, and that's was a long time ago. So he's we're getting older, and as we're getting older, this is one of the reasons why I've volunteered to be the chairman of FNPA since 2012 or so. And you know, as Ali said, we need to leave something for our kids and our grandkids and those who yet to be born. That's as treaty people, like they, when our ancestors signed treaties and agreements, they weren't thinking of themselves, and they weren't thinking of their kids, and they weren't even thinking about their grandkids. They were told to think about 7 generations down the road at the minimum, and make sure that the promises that that were there were lived up to, and making sure that our side knows what those treaty promises were for. So as we think about the future of Mother Earth, these are some of the things that drive most of us being here, because we're all we all have a stake and we all have an interest in, and we're all trying to be champions to leave a better something for our grandkids and those yet to be born. And in 2012, this, I said, this was when this institution started. That wasn't that long ago. 8 years ago, we just had Barack Obama was just re-elected 8 years ago. We had Whitney Houston died. People were worried about the Mayan calendar, December 12th, 2012. I know my daughter was worried that the world was going to end, and she was pretty paranoid about that. And I bring that up because we remember what happened 8 years ago. Well, in 8 years from now, 8 or 9 years from now, or 9 years from now, 2030, and it's significant because that's the deadline or SaskPower has imposed upon themselves and said, we're going to go get to 50% renewables. So at least officially that's what they said a few years back, and I think that's still the goal, and whether that changes or not, I don't know, but there has to be some movement towards renewable energy, and this is where SaskPower is, has helped facilitate these events and been partners in these events to that it'll come quick, and we have to be there at the beginning. As First Nations, we're the natural stewards of the land, and that we have to be involved, and any renewable projects or any renewable thing has to have our involvement in it, because we can't come in later. We look at this casino that we're in. We look at some of the economic development projects that are successful, that have significant First Nations ownership, Indigenous ownership, because they were involved from the beginning. We can't wedge our way into an existing industry and hope to be significant enough. We have to be there at the beginning of development. Because if we try and wedge our way into something, and we've tried that, I've been around for a lot of years, and Lawrence and Guy, we've all been there where we've tried to get into an industry. We get a sliver of that industry, but that's not enough. Because when we try and wedge our way into an existing industry, somebody has to lose, or somebody has to be replaced. Somebody has to step aside. And right now, that somebody doesn't want to do that, especially when we have hard economic times or things like that. So that's why I tell people in the industries I negotiate with or talk to and say, you know, we got to be there from the beginning. Because then if we come in now, then you're not losing something later, and that we're all successful right from the beginning. So I think that's been our philosophy at FNPA. That's we're we're a cooperative, and we're kind of like the First Nations Chamber of Commerce in terms of renewable energy. And at this time, I want to thank the board for their commitment over the years, and it's been a lot of it's been mostly volunteer work, some committed people like Mr. Haneke, and I'm not sure who else is at the boards all year, but they've been there, they've been volunteering, and so far in the last little while we've been successful in getting some projects on renewable energy side, whether it's wind and now flare gas. But there's other initial things that First Nations may want to become involved in, and this is why we're here today, and that's SMRs, small modular reactors. And for those of you that don't know what one is, go to university and look at one. There's one there already for medical isotopes. They're here already, and they're going to be almost like the one renewable energy that's truly renewable. And when we get to hydrogen and all of those other things, you can get hydrogen now, but you got to get it from coal. So there's a lot of technical aspects of it, and as First Nations Power, our staff have been building that capacity to be at the same table as SAS Power and the different nuclear programs, and over the years, and I think you'll see a lot more development, and there'll have to be more development. 2030 is not that far. We're going to have to be at the table, and like I said, we got to be at the table right from the beginning, and we do have champions within SAS Power that are helping us. As most of you don't know, the chairman of SAS Power is Chief Darcy Bear, and he's been a big champion in terms of getting our agenda as a First Nations, Indigenous people within SAS Power, whether it's the procurement side or the employment side, as well as Terry Bergen here. He's on the board. He's been a champion as well. So those are some of the people that have been championing us on the employment and procurement side. But we need you as First Nations and representatives to be champions on the ownership side. That's where we'll make a lot of differences. Being there at the beginning, being there at the front end, and being part of that ownership group in terms of renewable power. So with that, thank you, and thank you to Lawrence and Priscilla and the drum group for starting us off, and Ali with the First Nations way, like they did when they were signing treaties, like they did when they signed agreements. And just because we're in a number of treaties, were always is the one thing that First Nations knew what treaties were, because we had them long before Canada was here. We had the treaties between the Dakota Decrees and the Blackfoots and the Sotos, and then we all had our territories, and we all had a sophisticated system of hunting and trading with each other long before. It was so sophisticated we didn't have to write it down. But we knew, and our elders and our leaders taught us that, and it was ingrained to us. So with that, hope we have a good session, and if you have any questions on First Nations Power, ask Guy. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Chairman, a quotation that we may want to remember from that little talk is, we don't want to wedge our way into existing entities. We got to be part of it right at the outset. And I think when I listen to Chief Guy Lonechild, it's what we're doing, not the duty to consult so much, but it's an engagement, okay? And we want to thank SAS Power, who are here. Where are you? Orange shirts, so stand up, Sask Power. Right on. There's a good attendance from Sask Power. It's all guys, but we finally decided to bring some of the pretty faces with them. They got one. Thank you, lady, whoever you are. And I want to introduce the chairman of the board, and it's spoken. I want to introduce the chief executive officer of the First Nations Power Authority, Chief Guy Lonechild, to speak to us.
Got to blow it up, so you blow it up. Well, thanks very much, Priscilla, for the so calming, excellent prayer this morning. It puts our spirits at ease when we hear our language, our Cree language. So, Anin, Pitamaya, Tanse, good morning. Hello to all of my friends and relatives. I'm Guy Lonechild. I'm Chief Executive Officer of First Nations Power Authority. I'm very, very pleased to be here with you today. The reason I'm here today, or we're all here today, is to talk about what the future looks like in our little province of Saskatchewan. It's a big province. It's not a little province. It's big in ideas and big in spirit and big in the innovation that drives building a brighter future for many of our residents here in the province. And there's no better time and no better people to have this conversation with than the first stewards of this land, Indigenous people, the Cree people, the Saulteaux people, the Dene people, the Dakota, the Nakota, and the Lakota. And the teachings that we are given and passed on today, and we'll share in the importance of why traditional knowledge, why our languages, why our Indigenous worldviews are important, and what that means in terms of opportunities and challenges. And the challenges that we have today are, as our elder talked about, is the protection of Mother Earth, our land, our water, our air. There is no greater responsibility than to ensure we have a clean future. And that clean future needs to start with a discussion around how do we reduce our carbon footprint, our emissions. Coal-fired generation is a technology that got us to this point. It is a bridging fuel, just like natural gas-fired power generation is a bridging fuel. And that bridging fuel needs to evolve to something that's, less intensive on our air, on our water, on our lands, on our territories. And so that's why we're here. I'm reminded of the opening that my niece gave this morning from the Dakota people. The ceremonies we go into, the prayers that we have, it's because we're a part of something larger. We don't own anything. When we talk about this relationship between Canada and First Nations, it was never conceived that we can give something away or surrender something away. The land did not belong to us. It doesn't belong to us. But we have a responsibility, and that responsibility starts with a conversation. We have gathered a lot of information. We've lots of feedback over the last 6 sessions. We look forward to a roundtable discussion with the Métis and its leader, MNS President Glenn McCallum. And it's important to have leadership voices. It's important to have the conversation about what economic opportunities are there with this cleaner energy future. And so I think about my good friend Alvin Francis, the chief of Niganit, and the opportunities that are abound for building relationships and partnerships with SaskPower. The conversation doesn't end here, it starts here with how do we improve the participation rates of our young people to be not just employed at SaskPower, not just to be engaged in this and have this conversation going away, but what does the next 30 years look like? What does a zero future by 2050, a zero emitting future look like by 2050? So I'm very thankful to SaskPower, our partners, thankful to our very dedicated team. Without you, we wouldn't be able to do this. There may be many challenges ahead of whether we proceed with small modular reactors in Saskatchewan or not, but we have to be brave enough to take those steps. We have to be courageous enough to have the conversation. So I wish you all well today in your discussions. Please say it like it is today. If you have concerns, write it down on a piece of paper or stand at the mic. Tell us what is really on your mind about SMR technology and development, and we'll do the very best we can to come up with the answers that we require. So to all on virtual land as well, greetings to all of you, and look forward to a very productive day. Thanks.
Higgsik Chief Galonchild, for this wonderful words. Again, just some housekeeping. There's goodies back there somewhere, right? Yeah. And coffee. I don't know if you got tea. And on the right side, they got some marijuana cigarettes. No, I'm just kidding. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I'm so uncool. Eh? Virtual land. Please, if you have any questions, take notes. And in the house here, if you have questions, raise your hand. And respectfully, we ask that you wait for the microphone to come to you, because everything we do and say is being recorded, that it could be utilized in forming an engagement process in a good collaborative way. And with that, I want to also acknowledge another friend who traveled from where Santa Claus lives, Noel Boykin. Where are you? He's with us again. A lot of experience there. Actually lives in Saskatchewan now. But again, Noel, thank you for your presence. And many of you who are experts. Okay, I want to continue on to the agenda. Just some greetings from Desiree Norwegian, Clean Energy and Engagement Specialist. Desiree?
Hello, my name is Desiree Norwegian. I am Dene from Lidley First Nation, Northwest Territories. I am very passionate and speak quite a bit about education and clean energy for our First Nations people, and really how do we become part of this conversation. Today's is only the start of this conversation we're about to have with Sask Power, and thank you for giving us this space. This is a safe, ethical space to have an open, honest conversation and be respectful towards one another. So please, like Guy said, come forward, tell it how it is, speak about how you feel. This is how we move forward in this relationship with Sask Power. So thank you again, and I'll give it over to Tom, my co-lead.
Thank you, Des, and thank you, Priscilla, for the wonderful prayer this morning. My name is Tom Kischuk. I'm a consultant advisor to the FNPA. My background is in power generation. I've worked in the power generation industry for many years and have been involved in many forms of power and energy. So my role as part of the FNPA team is to provide some technical support and to interpret some of the language that will be used today. Many of these technologies are complex and technical, so I'll provide support in that interpretation role, and we'll have a role in providing the written report to Sask Power at the end of the session. So welcome everybody. Really look forward to everybody's participation today, and enjoy the day. Thank you.
I go say thank you, Tom. We've had some very high people of high knowledge here speak to us. Tom Eichel was here, I think yesterday or was it the day before, from Sask Power. Tim Eckel, Tim Eckel was here. I don't know if he's back, but thank you, Tim, for that input. And before that, we also had Rochelle Burnett Morphy with us. And of course, people are busy and we're doing the best that we can to get the best of the best. And today we have Howard Matthews, Where are you? That's you?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. You're Howard?
Oh, yes, I am.
Okay,
Excellent.
we're going to put you on. I don't know if you're in with Terry. Terry, are after him or before? So, but you guys are together? Okay, and I got you on the agenda here. So between Howard Matthews and Terry Bird is your next speakers again. Raise your hand at any time. And I think, where's Guy too? Oh, Guy will have a microphone, mobile, a handheld. We want to record everything that you do have to say and make sure we capture all your thoughts and ideas. So I want to introduce Howard Matthews to speak to us. Where are you, Howard?
Right here, so.
I know,
yeah.
but where?
Oh, I'm in head office in Regina right now.
In Regina.
Yes.
Friends, here's Howard. Thank you, Guy Lonechild, for those good comments and also the speakers that are here. Don't be afraid to raise your hand, ask questions. That's the only way we get engaged. Not to get married, but engaged in the process, all right? Howard, you're on.
Great, thanks. Thanks so much. You might want to shrink that picture down. All I see is my big melon up on the screen there, so I'm not sure anybody needs to look at that. So anyways, thank you so much for joining us today, both virtually and in person. I know it's a busy time. School year starts up, so I'll appreciate you making the time to be with us here today. So, and thank you to Chief Lawrence Joseph for acknowledging that we're here today on Treaty 6 territory and homeland of the Métis. I'd also like to acknowledge that I live and work on the treaty and traditional lands of First Nations and Métis people. I respect and honor the treaties that were made, and I'm committed to moving forward in partnership with Indigenous nations in the spirit of reconciliation and collaboration. I'm Howard Matthews, Vice President of Power Production, and I'm pleased to welcome you on behalf of SaskPower. You know, a lot is changing for SaskPower. We're facing evolving regulations, developing technologies, and shifting public expectations. While change has its challenges, it also brings opportunities. And that's why I'm excited that you're here today, because we'll be able to use what you share with us to help shape our path forward. And the path we're talking about today is how we can get to net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. So SaskPower is actually on track to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by at least 50% below our 2005 levels by 2030. Now it's time to look past 2030 at what supply options that create zero greenhouse gas emissions are going to work best for all of Saskatchewan. So a big part of that evaluation is what you, Indigenous people, communities, and partners have to say. We want to hear about what's important to you and what you hope to see in our long-term strategy to power the province. We're going to consider your feedback in our planning. So our goal today is to listen and to start to think about how we can take what we learned from you to make better decisions. As many things in the energy industry are changing, one aspect that isn't changing is our commitment to sustainability. At SaskPower, sustainability is about creating a positive future for the next generation. That's why we've embedded it in our company's mission statement, ensuring reliable, sustainable, and cost-effective power for our customers and the communities we serve. In practice, this looks like meeting the evolving expectations of our customers and communities, using our resources wisely, maintaining our financial health, and pursuing a cleaner, reliable energy future. So today you'll hear from one of SaskPower's future supply planners, a project manager, and our engagement team. Together, they'll help provide the context of where SaskPower has been over the past 92 years. From years of affordable, reliable baseload power powered by coal to today when people and organizations want to produce their own power. Throughout the day, I look forward to hearing from you on questions like, what do you want for your future generations? And how can SaskPower ensure economic opportunities for Indigenous peoples? How can we best engage with you to seek valuable knowledge to inform the future of power in Saskatchewan? So I want to wrap up by thanking the team at First Nations Power Authority for organizing this session. We have a long history of partnership with the FNPA. I'm thankful for the opportunity for organizations to work together, for our organizations to work together, again, to ensure Indigenous perspectives, voices, and values are captured and reflected in Saskatchewan's power future. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard, and you're going to be with us all day.
I'll be in and out, but I'll certainly be getting updates throughout the day. So is there any questions anyone would like to ask right now, or should you carry on?
We'll carry on, and we'll make sure the questions that we have will come to you.
Good.
And just a bit of introductions again. As you see, a lot of staff are here with equipment. I want to acknowledge the people that are here. Wilfred Dieter over here is a roving cameraman, so watch what you do. You could be recorded. Okay, thanks, Wilfred. And Tony back there is our virtual guy. He records everything what Howard and people have to say in virtual land, and capturing everything I would do say in this process. And a good friend that I found here a couple of weeks ago, Joshua Thomas, is part of that crew. And of course, he's Felix Thomas's little brother. Where's Felix? You left the scene. And also another staffer, Christina Swan. Where are you? Way back there. Good to see you, girls, guys, dudes. And moving on, I want to introduce the Director of Indigenous Relations, Mr. Terry Bird, to come and offer some comments. Terry?
Well, I won't keep you too long because I'm not running for politics. But I do want to acknowledge the former chief. First, I want to acknowledge the prayer by the elder. Heard your prayer yesterday. Awesome, very much. I appreciated that. It's very, very humbling and prayer. And always good to have an elder recognize and bring good luck and certainly good fortune. So I appreciate that. I want to recognize the drum group that was sang yesterday. I'm sort of a Powell follower, and I always like hearing good singers. I was raised in the Powell. My father was an MC for lots of Powell. His name was Ray LaValle, and we used to travel around, and we used to go all over the place. And of course, he'd be doing the MCing, and I'd be working in the store, right till late at night. But certainly, I've traveled to over 52 First Nations in Saskatchewan, either picking medicines with my father and my mother, or working there with regards to different corporations. I've worked for Sask Energy. I worked for SaskTel and Sask Power, so I'll probably get let go here tomorrow because I was no. But I worked for K+S as well, and it was a newly built mine, and I take pride in throwing this out there that through the mine development, so we talk about greenfield projects that was discussed here by Guy and certainly others. The greenfield opportunities for new projects is much easier to get Indigenous people involved. In that particular project, because it was greenfield, we had over 350 people out of the 2,000 people self-declare as Indigenous on the site, either indirectly through contractors, and spent over $350 million on joint ventures, MOUs, and certainly entrepreneurs. So I'm very proud of having that record. I'm very proud to be working for Sask Power. Certainly, I look forward to bringing some of those successes forward with Sask Power. I'm only 2 days on the job, so I apologize. I'm sort of reading lots of information and we get thrown into conferences and get thrown up on the podium real quick, but I appreciate the opportunity to bring introductions. I am from George Gordon First Nation, so I am sort of related to Guy's wife, so if he acts up, you let me know. I will talk to his wife and we'll get him straightened away. But I'm happy to be here, and of course, I want to acknowledge all the chiefs, certainly former and the ones that are elected. I was around in the 90s when Lawrence was the chief, but the vice chief certainly appreciated his humor and his work ethic, and certainly when Gaia was the chief as well, certainly recognize some of the chiefs out here today. All very, very good people. Certainly, if I missed any of the leaders, I apologize. But I'm happy to be here with Sask Power. I don't have any business cards, but you're welcome to get a hold of me through today, and I'll certainly give you the information I have to get a hold of me. Have a great day. I'll be here today. If you have any questions, certainly I'll be here, and I'm proud to be here, and I hope you have a great day. Okay. Hi.
Thank you, Terry. You come from good blood. I didn't know that was your daddy, but welcome, and I'm sure that you'll do well. If you don't get fired tomorrow, probably the next day. Wait till tomorrow. Okay, we're in business. Doug upset. Are you upset or up? We have Doug, of course, been here with us pretty much all through the meetings that we've had, and we had some damn good meetings, really good sessions, and this is why we're inviting everybody to make sure you write your numbers down, or where you want to network with the group. Now's the place to do it. So if you all have some ideas later on, you know who you're talking to. Leah Hennique, you're still around. Good to see you. Okay, I want to introduce Doug Opseth, who is the Director, Generation Asset Management and Resource Planning, SAS Power. Doug?
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for inviting me to be here. I'm really grateful to get out in public again, and we've been doing things virtually for a long time, and as we're out talking about this stuff, I mean, we spend at SAS Power, we spend all of our day, like lots of our time, thinking about how the electricity sector is changing over the years, and we have lots of interesting ideas, but we don't have a monopoly on the good ideas, and so that's why it's really great to get out here in person to speak to people again. I'd like to thank you for the prayer this morning. I've listened to them all throughout the sessions, and they've been wonderful, and certainly for the drum session this morning as well. It's always powerful to hear that. So today, I'm here to I'll talk for a little bit, share some information about some of the things we're thinking about at SAS Power as we go forward, but mostly we're here to listen, answer questions, but hear your thoughts on things. You'll probably see SAS Power getting out more speaking. Hopefully you're seeing us getting out more speaking. We're trying to get out and engage more with everybody in Saskatchewan, including all the Indigenous communities in Saskatchewan, to talk about this. Because there is no easy choices and no obvious choices as we go forward to 2030 and then on to 2050. So we need everybody's thoughts and inputs as we go through this change. Maybe we can slide down to the next slide. I'll talk a little bit today about some of the accomplishments we've had in terms of Indigenous procurement and things like that, and power projects in Saskatchewan. I'll talk about what's driving the change, like what's requiring us to change as we go forward. And then I'll talk a little bit about some of the supply options and some of the areas and places we're thinking of getting our energy supply in the future. And certainly one of those is SMRs. We're a long way. You'll hear Darcy speak about this later. We're a long way from making a decision on it, but we need to start engaging on it now, because with power projects, with any kind of project, I think, but certainly with power projects, it's a long time. We're starting the work. This is year one of the real work on SMRs, but the first one likely doesn't show up online until 2035. So you're looking, 13, 14, 15 years from now. But now is when you need to start having those discussions about what we're going to be doing. So maybe we'll scan down to the next slide there. So certainly, there's a lot of things at SAS Power we take very seriously. Safety is one of the things, but certainly our work with Indigenous communities in Saskatchewan, trying to improve that. How do we improve how much procurement we get from Indigenous communities? How do we improve that as we go forward? In 2014, well, since 2014, we've had a little over $350 million in Indigenous procurements. Last year alone, we had $61 million in procurements. Indigenous communities are undertaking contract and some contract work throughout Saskatchewan. We've got, contracts at our newest power plant just going outside of Moose Jaw, so striving to increase the amount of Indigenous procurement there. We've got contracts all the way up to northern Saskatchewan on some of the work we're doing up in northern Saskatchewan as well. In January 2020, we were a founding partner and sponsor of the Saskatchewan Chamber of Commerce Indigenous Engagement Charter. So, we're all really proud of this, but I'll say this is not the end point. This is the start of where we want to get to, and certainly that's one of the things we want to talk today about, is how do we improve this, and how do we create more opportunities there in the future. So certainly this is the area I'm more familiar with, is the power side. I spend my days thinking about the power stuff. So, we're working with Indigenous communities to increase the amount of opportunities in power generation. Certainly working with First Nations Power Authority. We've had 40 megawatts set aside for projects here in Saskatchewan, with 20 megawatts for solar projects and 10 megawatts for flare gas projects. The Cowessess wind battery storage project was, I'll say, a really unique project in Saskatchewan, because it was the first project that had a wind turbine and a battery storage facility there. And it was relatively small, but there was a lot of learnings. The Saskatchewan Research Council was down there working closely with Cowasys to understand how renewable energy and batteries can work together. And I think we've learned a lot about that we'll be able to apply in the future. And certainly for the Cowasys one, I said this before, but it was about the only power project I used to be able to see it in my office. You know, I'd sat downtown, I could look directly east, and I could see how windy it was based on how much that wind turbine was turning or not turning. So, more recently, we've signed the 200 megawatt Bekvar wind project, which was a partnership between RES and Cowasys First Nation. And when it goes into service for the next number of years, it'll be the largest wind project in Saskatchewan and be one of the largest ones in Western Canada. So certainly a really important project for us as we move towards, you know, our renewable and emissions goals out to 2030. Then on the smaller scale, there's smaller projects. There's, you know, our Power Generation Partners program. So there's a number of Indigenous projects in there as well. The MLTC biomass project, you know, are up in Meadow Lake. Our president and our minister were up touring that facility on Friday, I think, last week. And it's the first biomass project in Saskatchewan, and it's taken a long time for Meadow Lake Tribal Council to get to the point where that project is almost complete. I think it's going to come in line early next year, I think, is when it's going to come into operation. And maybe it's the first of other biomass project we'll see in Saskatchewan. And then the net metering program, there's a number of communities and groups throughout Saskatchewan have taken part in that. This is more small scale, you know, people putting solar panels on the roofs and things like that to help offset their electricity needs. So, you know, that's kind of where we're at, where we've been, and I guess the big challenge we're facing is where we're going in the future. I think Howard mentioned, our goal is, reliable, sustainable, and cost-effective or competitively priced power. And it's important that we maintain those things because electricity is one of those key things in Saskatchewan that I think a lot of people take for granted. You know, we've done surveys in the past and you ask people what's the most important thing in the province, and they think about education and hospitals, and then you say, well, what about electricity? And then you say, oh yeah, electricity is the most important thing. So it's something we forget about, but something that's integral to our lives. And certainly we notice when the power's out, and certainly for some communities in Saskatchewan, the price of power is really impacts them. And so it's important that we continue to find ways to provide that reliable power. You know, I think Howard mentioned, one of the things driving our change is customer expectations. You know, we're hearing from our customers that they want different things. You know, historically, it's always been, we would make decisions, we would figure out how we're going to generate power and how we're going to move it around, and then we would come tell everybody about how we were doing that. You know, we're hearing from everyone in Saskatchewan, including Indigenous communities, that they want to have a say in how that's done, where the energy comes from, how it's produced, where the emissions are coming from. They also want to take part in it. You know, historically, even now, most of the power comes from SaskPower. We generate it, and we sell it to our customers. We've been starting to see more over the next number of years, independent power producers, so private companies doing it. We're starting to see more Indigenous projects coming forward. But more and more we're hearing from people in Saskatchewan, they want to have the opportunities to generate power in Saskatchewan. And then also we're starting to hear from our customers who want to do different things. They want to be able to charge an electric vehicle in their house. They want to put a solar panel on their roof, and they want to be able to do those things. And while I'm not really here talking about it today, I'll talk a lot about where we're going to get our energy from, but the whole other side of that is, how we're going to change the way we deliver our services. And we call that our grid modernization project. And you've probably heard about like automated meters and things like that, but that's just part of it. We're going through a huge amount of work, and I think there's a lot of opportunities there as well for Indigenous communities, and we won't talk specifically about that, but we'd be happy to come and talk about it. But as we change the way we are able to deliver and modernize our grid, on the power generation side, all our power plants are old, but on the distribution side, like the wires you see running around, they're equally old and need for upgrades. And certainly as our customers now want to do different things, we need to upgrade that system as well to facilitate everything our customers want to do in the future. Howard touched on it, but probably the biggest driving change for us is the need to reduce our emissions. We've set emissions targets out to 2030. We've got targets of, getting to 50% emission reduction by 2030. And if you'd heard us speak a couple of years ago, we would have been speaking really about 40% emission reduction. But since then, we've taken steps to more aggressively bring our emissions down, and now we're on track to meet or exceed 50% emission reductions by 2030. But really, that's the first step, and maybe it's a challenging step to get there, but maybe it's the easiest step. We kind of know how we're going to get there. The big question we've got is, between 2030 and 2050, somewhere in that range, we will have to get to net zero. We're talking about a target of net zero by 2050. I've heard the current government talk about a target of being net zero by 2035. So there's different targets in there, but we're starting to think, what does it take for SAS Power to bring our emissions down to zero? And right now we're talking 2050, but that date could change. And really the driver for us to do that is, well, it's the right thing for us to do, but also our customers are asking for it. We're seeing our customers want to electrify as well, for industry in Saskatchewan, for the transportation, the agricultural sectors in Saskatchewan. They also have to bring their emissions down. And it's much more difficult for them to do that without going to electricity. But for them to go to electricity, they need cleaner electricity. So we're doing a lot of work right now thinking about, how do we get to that zero emissions point at some point in the future. To do that, we're looking at a bunch of different options. And, there is no magic solution. Unfortunately, there's no magic technology out there right now that is cheap, it's non-emitting, it's reliable. They all have their trade-offs, their pros and cons. Wind is a good example where it's probably the cheapest form of energy we have right now, doesn't emit any CO2, but in the dead of summer when everybody's turning on their air conditioning, wind isn't going to be there. So there is no magic technology out there right now, and that's why you hear us talking about things like SMRs and battery storage. It's about determining and doing the work right now so we can find those next generation of technologies to help serve the energy needs here in Saskatchewan. And certainly one of those things is SMRs. You'll hear us say it again and again. It's, some people hear us talking about SMRs and nuclear power, other things. They think, well, we've made a decision, we're doing it. And I'll say we haven't. Darcy will speak about it, but we're 8 or 9 years away from the point at which we'll make a decision to proceed. But to get to that point, we're doing the work now, and we'll talk more about that in a little bit here. You go to the next slide. So this is a snapshot of where we are now. The orange is natural gas, the kind of gray is coal, and what you see is 75% of that pie is made up of those two things. That means that 75% of our generation capacity right now comes from fossil fuels. It comes from coal and natural gas. If you would have seen the 2015 number, you would have seen more coal and more natural gas. But as you go forward, you're starting to see those things decrease. In 2021, this year we've got about 25% of our generation coming from renewable sources, mostly from hydro, the existing hydro we have in Saskatchewan, some other hydro imports we get from Manitoba. But you see that green bar up there, that's wind power. And that's where you're going to see is significant growth in that wind power line as we go out to 2025, then out to 2030. And then for the first time ever, we've got that little tiny yellow bar you see at the top there, that's solar power. Historically, solar's been so small on our grid that we haven't, there isn't a line thin enough to show it historically on our thing, but now is the first time where we're seeing it. There's about 40 megawatts now of solar in Saskatchewan, and you're going to see that number start to grow over the next number of years. So where do you see us going by 2025? You see coal and natural gas starting to decrease in terms of its, the percentage it makes up of where we get our energy from. You start to see hydro growing a little bit, and mostly that's due to more imports from places like Manitoba Hydro. But the big change you see is wind power. Lots of wind coming on. Like the Beckvar wind project and other wind farms you're going to see coming on in line in the next number of years are going to push us. To here you see winds making up 15%. By 2030, we're targeting being 40 to 50% renewable generation, with a lot of that coming from wind power. So you're going to start to see that renewable piece start to grow, and then by 2030, we're not allowed to utilize conventional coal anymore. So by 2030, that gray block will either be gone or it'll be replaced by coal with carbon capture and storage, but we will be moving away from that stuff. You can go to the next slide. So, you know, you hear us talk about renewables and different things and SMRs, but really the driver for us, it's not about necessarily adding lots of renewables or adding things. It's really about bringing our emissions down. You know, back a number of years ago, we set 40% as a target. Now we're targeting 50%, and we're well on our way to do that by 2030. And you see that, you know, gradually our emissions are coming down. You know, in 2019-ish is the year where we kind of peaked in terms of our emissions, and now they're coming down steadily out to 2030, where we'll be, you know, 50% or more below our 2005 levels. And then the question is, where are we going from there? There you go to the next slide. So where we look beyond 2030. So out to 2030 is one thing, and likely the technologies and the places we get our energy from now to 2030 are going to come from the same sources we have now. They're going to come from, you know, on a small scale, it's going to be geothermal. There's a company called Deep Earth that's looking at developing Saskatchewan's first geothermal project down in southern Saskatchewan. So they're in the early stages of that project, and hopefully that project goes ahead, and hopefully it works. And we can say that maybe we can deploy more of it in the future. But again, it'll be a small scale type project. You know, the MLTC biomass project up in Meadow Lake is an example of biomass projects, and there are opportunities for biomass in Saskatchewan, but again, they won't make up the bulk of the energy we have here in Saskatchewan. You know, energy storage is another thing. You know, battery storage, compressed air storage are things we're looking at. We've got a 20 megawatt battery storage project being constructed just on the east side of Regina, which will go in operation next number of years, and that will be the first large scale battery installation in Saskatchewan, and really will help us understand how batteries can help not only balance or support wind power, but also help provide other support within Saskatchewan, within SaskPower. You know, you're going to see lots of wind and solar. You know, we're on our way to being close to 1,000 megawatts of wind in Saskatchewan, and you're going to see more and more solar being added over the next number of years. But we still can't rely on them to be there all the time. You know, we saw this summer, we saw lots of challenges this summer with the heat. You know, we went through that 1 month where it was, you know, 35, 38, 40 degrees every single day. And, you know, I'd go on my computer every morning and I turn on the screen that says where we're getting our energy from that day, and pretty much every single day it was close to 0 megawatts of wind on our system. And it's just the nature of Saskatchewan, you know. We're windy in the fall and the winter and the spring, and the summer there's no wind. So we can't rely on wind to be there in the summer. And then, you know, on the flip side, the time in the year when we hit the most energy consumed in Saskatchewan, it's always in late December, early January, when people get home from work and they're turning on their stoves and it's minus 30 or 40 degrees outside. That's when we hit our energy peaks. And I'll guarantee there's no solar on the system at that point. So we can't always rely on wind, and we can't always rely on solar to be there. So now for us to provide that backup, to say, you know, making sure we can provide reliable power, we need natural gas. So the next number of years, you're going to see us continue to add some more natural gas on our system. But natural gas for us really is, I think Guy Lone Child might have mentioned, it is a transitionary fuel. You know, moving from conventional coal to natural gas is not the end point. Natural gas is a transition. It allows us to transition out of the way we're doing things now, give us a bit of room to get to whatever's next. And maybe whatever's next is going to be SMRs. If it's not SMRs, it might be wind and other things, but it's a transition fuel for us. But right now, we still do need that as a transition fuel. Oh, hey, Terry.
I got a question.
Sure.
It's going to take me a little while to get there, so. Sure. My name is Terry Bergen. I'm on the board of SaskPower, and really interested in this this session. And okay, how's that? I'm about 6'1". Is that okay? And when you're over 4 feet, you have to put the mask on. Isn't that right? Anyways, Doug, just my interpretation, and everybody here is looking for opportunity. You know, what's the short term? And we talk about SMRs and it's the pie in the sky, and it's a long ways out.
Yep.
And it's going to take big dollars, huge dollars.
Yep.
So to me, You know, we know power production, and you talked about that. You talked about grid management or modernization. But I think to make the solar, our wind, our biomass, and make it efficient and reliable when we have the highest demands, and of course that response time is key.
Yep.
You know, turning on a windmill or a solar takes time, and it can't beat the reaction time of a coal-fired power plant or a gas-fired power plant. We need storage.
Yep.
There's a number of different ways of storage. And at the very basic, of course, is the batteries in the vehicles, and First Nations across Saskatchewan are building petrol stations or gas stations, and the natural expansion of that is get into the recharge, and and Doug is the team to talk to about that. Out in the fields, and you've got the land, of course, away from the power production is the battery storage, and battery storage isn't something particularly new. You know, I've visited many jurisdictions, countries around the world where that battery storage is a key to their power supply. Saskatchewan's just getting into it, and just like was spoken earlier, it's easier to start something new, and a new technology is that battery storage. And I think there's a heck of an opportunity, and maybe Doug, you can talk a little bit about that. The next step of storage is hydrogen. And hydrogen is moving forward very quickly in the United States. It's another form of battery storage, and hydrogen power packs, especially for commercial vehicle long-haul trucking, is coming forward very quickly. And the business there is the storage of the power pack and changing it over, just like they do in locomotives and trains in Europe and in China. But maybe you could just talk a little bit about that middle piece, the battery storage, Doug. I think that's an opportunity if we're not covering it later on.
Yeah, you're stealing all my good lines from the rest
Thank
of
you.
the thing. But, you know, Terry's exactly right. You know, there's, you know, things like storage. I'll talk about all the storage options here in a second. You know, I think storage, regardless whether it's SMRs or something else, there's lots of opportunities, I think, and battery storage and other things will be key for us making that transition for sure. You know, I'll just finish off this one last little bullet here. You know, we're going to still need some natural gas in the short term. You know, strengthened transmission lines are key, and we're not talking a lot about them right now. But transmission lines allow us to add lots more wind and lots more solar and other things. They allow us to import energy in the short term. So, you know, I talk about natural gas as a transitionary fuel. Well, maybe your transitionary fuel doesn't need to be natural gas. Maybe it can be energy you're importing from somewhere else. And then eventually you're building other things here, and then you use those same transmission lines to export energy. So transmission lines are hugely important for SAS Power. And then carbon capture and storage and other things. But to Terry's point, you know, the future may not be SMRs. It could be lots of other things. And those are the options that we're looking at beyond 2030. And one of them is renewables, but not backed up by natural gas. It's backed up by battery storage. You know, battery storage, to Terry's point, is not a new technology. There's battery storage projects going in around the world. And what's making us more interested in now is, A, if we have to bring our emissions down, we need something there to back up wind and solar, because we have the best wind and solar resource in North America. But you need something there to back it up that isn't going to emit. And that's maybe where batteries come in. And the technology is improving. And more importantly for us, at least, you know, when you're paying your electricity bills, the costs are coming down. So the cost to use battery storage is going to decrease over the next number of years, and you're going to see more batteries being built. And the beautiful thing about batteries, and I won't get into too much of this, is they don't just provide energy. You don't necessarily need to use them just to store energy and give it back. You can put them in some remote communities that have reliability issues, and they can help improve reliability in those communities. So batteries can provide a lot of different services. And there's more types of storage than just batteries. You know, the other thing Saskatchewan's blessed with is lots of potash. And when you do solution potash mines, quite often you leave underground a big open cavern. And one of the things you can look at doing there is storing that energy. So you take compressed air, you store it underground when you have times of excess energy. Maybe you have lots of wind on your system or solar. You got more energy than you need. Well, you can use it to compress air, put underground, and then when you need it, you bring it out of the ground. So there's lots of things we're looking at there in the storage side. You know, Terry mentioned hydrogen power. You know, there's a lot of work going on hydrogen power around the world. You know, Alberta's announced a hydrogen strategy for Alberta. The U.S. is looking heavily into hydrogen. And the big driver for that is, you know, you may need it to help power. Like one of the SAS Power, I guess the electricity sector powers it, puts out about 20% of all of our emissions in the province. Most of our emissions come from industry, from transportation, from agriculture. And it will be a long time before you see a battery-powered combine or battery-powered, you know, all the vehicles, particularly if you're in remote areas. But hydrogen power might provide that fuel where you can use it for vehicles in the transportation sector. And certainly as we add more and more renewable generation, and maybe when we add SMRs, if we decide to do that, you can produce lots of hydrogen for people to use. And then nuclear power from SMRs. You know, it's one of the number of options we're looking at. I know we're here talking about it, but it's just one of the things we're thinking of doing as we go into the future. Maybe you can scan down to the next slide there. You know, this is a slide that really speaks to, you know, our target to 2030 and then our target to 2050. The blue line kind of represents one potential future for Saskatchewan. It's basically you get to 50% emission reductions and you decide you're just going to stay there. The green line represents, well, what if you're targeting going to net zero, which is really, I think, the path we want to be on, going to net zero. And the benefit of being closer to the green line than the blue line is that maybe you can avoid, you know, maybe it's 74 million tons of CO2 being emitted to the atmosphere. And the big thing is, you know, as you move away from the way we traditionally generate energy for the province, it's coal, it's gas, it's other things, between 2030 and 2050, there's tremendous opportunity for different ways of doing things, for different ways of generating power, for different relationships between us and Indigenous communities and how we generate that power and what those partnerships are. There's tremendous opportunities for everybody. And maybe it isn't SMRs, but it will be something, and it will be different than the way we're doing it now. It could be wind and storage and batteries. All of those technologies will have a role, and maybe they are the preferred pathway forward. But there's lots of opportunities there for businesses and Indigenous communities to be involved in that future between 2030 and 2050. And I think part of why we're here today is hear how you want to be engaged and how you want to be involved in that, and to get your thoughts on that. I think that's mostly what I had to cover off. You know, happy to be here. You know, I'll say this, you know, there's a lot of stuff SAS Power is doing, and I talk about the generation of supply side because that's the area I work in. But whether it's grid modernization or construction of transmission lines and other things, there's a lot of work that SAS Power is going on that Indigenous communities in Saskatchewan could be involved in. And so I'll offer it up for myself or anybody at SAS Power to come out and speak in your communities. If you have an interest in bringing us out, have a one-on-one meeting to share this information, other things, because there's lots of opportunities at SAS Power. And you know, I think we'd love to come out and talk more and engage more with everybody in Saskatchewan. So I'll throw that out there to say we'd be happy to come out to your communities and meet with you on any of these things and discuss and hear your ideas on different things and tell you what we see, but more importantly, hear what you're thinking. So yeah, I'd be happy to answer questions. I'll be here all day today, and you know, so I got move. Oh, we got.
We've got time for questions.
Sure.
After the next speaker.
We'll just.
There's going to be a question and answer period. You'll be here. We'll get through this first.
This is it. No, this is the question.
Oh, question for him?
We'll take it from him.
Okay.
There you go.
You You're trying to give me the hook.
The bum's rush.
I know. Turn off the mic and drag me off.
Hello. Thank you for that presentation. Randy Bear, Muscadet First Nation, past band counselor for many years. Ironically, 40 years ago today, I was working for SAS Power, and I'm pretty certain I was the first Treaty Indian to work for SAS Power in the construction side, because I worked all over the province and all the different crews, and I never met another fellow treaty person in any of those crews. More recently, I think it was in 2018 when SAS Power put out the RFPs for the 10 1-megawatt solar projects, or 2017, 2018. Muscadet, through its economic development arm, MEDA, applied for one of those projects and were successful. And we were quite excited. We're a little disappointed when it was reduced from 1 megawatt down to 324 kilowatts. Yeah, and we understand economics and cutbacks had to be done. We're still hoping that we can move forward with these initiatives. And I guess my question is twofold. Number one, are those solar projects going to be a thing of the future, ongoing, every year, or what's the plan for those?
Okay. I don't know.
And the second part is, now that we've established that we have the capability to do it on Muscatine, does that give us maybe a leg up in getting future solar projects?
Well, to your first question, I think you will see lots more solar being built. I think the prices are starting to come down, and so we are looking more seriously at building solar projects here in Saskatchewan and on a larger scale. The prices are coming down. They're still expensive relative to wind, but I think there's some good benefits to solar versus wind. I spoke earlier about, the summer when we had lots of heat in the summer and we had no wind on our system. Likely those same days when it was 35 or 40, it was hot, there was no wind, likely we would have had lots of sun on our system. So there's a lot of work ongoing right now to understand how can we continue to add solar power in Saskatchewan. So yes, you will see more solar coming along. The prices continue to come down and there will be more opportunities. Yeah, so there will be more opportunities coming forward. What those will look like exactly, those are where we're having discussions right now with our executive and our board on what does that look like, what are the impacts of the economics, but you will see more solar over the coming years for sure in Saskatchewan. And the challenging bit about any of these projects, when we do procurements, there's always there's people that win the bids and the projects and others that don't. And I know there's a lot of desire from a lot of people to do all the projects they want to do. And that's where we have to have discussions and say, we likely can't take every single project out there, but it's, it comes through different ways we'll look at that. And certainly we'll be happy to talk to you about that. This is this conversation we're having with First Nations Power Authority and Guy Loach. How do we create more of those opportunities there for communities to take part in some of these projects? Because there's likely more projects out there than we're able to accept, but we are trying to see what we can do to increase the number of projects, I guess. I'm not sure if I answered that question perfectly, but it's something we're looking at right now, is how do we create more opportunities for more of those solar projects. And eventually, I think, as we start to build more transmission lines to other jurisdictions, it does open the opportunity for us to say build pretty much all the wind and solar and allow, companies and First Nations to build that wind and solar, and then they don't have to sell it to us necessarily. They could take that energy and sell it somewhere else. They can sell it to Manitoba, or they can sell it down to the U.S. And no longer do we become a barrier saying, you can't build that because we're not prepared to buy it. With transmission lines and other things, that potentially opens up the future where you could build the projects you want and you don't have to worry about selling it to us. You can find somewhere else to sell it to. So we are trying to advance in that area. Oh, sure.
Introduce yourself too.
My name is Peter Gardapi. I'm with the Beardies and Okanagan Nation, and I'm on their Development Corporation Board of Directors. I just want to tell you a short story about our project. We've been developing our wind project for 10 years now. And we have been on the list of SaskPower. We've been on their competitive list, and we've been turned down for our wind project now for twice. And we've been getting a little frustrated with our project. Every time we've submitted our bid, we've been turned down. And we've had a very competitive project, and we've spent a lot of time and money on our project. And the wind, we've got really good wind on our lands, and we have a very good corporate partner to develop our wind. And all of our lands, we wanted to put up a 150 megawatt project on our lands. And all of we've spent a lot of time putting up exactly where these wind towers would be on our lands. And we have an agreement with the RM that the RM would also benefit a lot from our project. So we spent a lot of time with the RM, and so we have a really good, awesome relationship with with the RM for a wind project. So now that we've been turned down by Sask Power twice, now we're wondering, what should we be doing? Okay. So is Sask Power going to have a bid for just First Nations for a wind project? Should we go ahead and build our wind project without Sask Power's bind on us, and sell our wind to other corporations that want to buy wind projects, renewable energy projects? So it's sometimes we as First Nations businesses get frustrated because our hands are tied, but we want to go ahead with our wind project. We want to go ahead with building solar projects. And we have to basically ask permission from government to build anything that we want to do. So we've been sitting around, every time we get turned down, we ask, what are we supposed to do, right? So I had an excellent discussion with Doug this morning as to sitting down with Sask Power and First Nations Power Authority to develop options as to what we should be doing. So I want to just share that with the people here this morning. And sometimes you just want to give up and say, why do we spend all of this money? And our leadership gets frustrated. And we as a board get frustrated. And so we need to really work together to develop what you're proposing, okay? Because it's we want to be part of the development for the natural power that basically the land is giving us. And so, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Also, thank you for those comments. Yeah, we had a really good discussion this morning, and you know, this is what I think what we're here to listen to. When we have the way we do wind procurements now, or any of our procurements, you know, we'll go out for a large procurement and we'll select one project, and then a lot of projects and a lot of really good projects don't get selected. And, should we be having dedicated, wind procurements just for First Nations? I think those are the discussions we want to have. And I think those are the discussions we're having with First Nations Power Authority. We've tried to evolve how we do these to include greater proportion of Indigenous participation in them, but maybe it's time to change how we're doing that. And I think we're open to having those discussions about it. When it comes to, generating power and moving the energy somewhere else besides SAS Power, we're governed by something called the Power Corporation Act, which been in place since long before I was born. But maybe it's time for that model to evolve as well. As things change, maybe it's time for that model to evolve as well. And those are the discussions we were having this morning about saying, let's have a conversation about it and see what we can do. Because you hate to see, at SAS Power, we really hate to see communities that spend a lot of money and a lot of time developing projects and ultimately don't get selected. It's tough for us to select every project, but how do we change the way we're doing it so that there's more opportunities for communities that spend a lot of their time and resources on to do it? I don't know the answer to it. But it's worth, we want to hear those comments, and then we want to sit down and discuss. And these are the same discussions we're having with Guy Lonechild and Guy Bruce and the whole First Nations Power Authority team, is to say, how do we evolve this to make this better and work better for Indigenous communities in Saskatchewan? So I'll say again, I don't know the answer to how we do that, but we're certainly open to having those conversations. So.
All right.
Nope. Is there any more questions?
Oh. We have a lot of questions here, but the chairperson needs to take charge, okay? We have a lot of questions, and we'll get those right away. Okay, we're here already? We'll let it go for another week? No, this is good. I was just going to establish just a little path forward while we're here now discussing and asking questions. Please identify yourself. This is part of networking, and also a question to whom. And we've had Terry Bergen, also Doug and Howard Matthews here, so they're still here, I believe, and please address your questions to specifically who you want to talk to. And also thanks, Peter, for that very interesting idea. Okay, a question from Lee Hennique.
Yes, thank you, Chief Joseph. Yeah, thanks. So good morning, chiefs, councillors, and everyone. Good to be here. First, I'd like to recognize and congratulate Terry Bird for this new position. That's great. SAS Power is finally getting smarter and something other than just meters. Got yourselves a dead ringer there. Just going to make sure you're buying more stuff from us. So for sure, I know that. He's good at that. But I just wanted to make a comment on, the next 10 years and reflecting back and kind of reference what Chief Felix was talking about this morning. In 2012, when I joined as a director with FNPA, we were talking then about biomass, flare gas, solar. Those projects are just getting built now. So here we are, all these years later. And I know Mr. Gardapi here, I know they've been through 3 chiefs working on that wind project. And, the quarterly updates they're good, but what we need to be doing is knowing right now what that's going to look like 10 years down the road. So it's good we're starting this process. It's good we're, getting the updates and starting to talk about what the issues and concerns are. But I know how long these projects take to build. And I did my quick calculation. I estimate you're going to be building lots of wind before 2030. And work on all those has to be in place right now. So we need a clear line of sight on the pipeline of those projects and be working towards all of them. And by the time SMRs get here, we should be working on them right now. Like all these things take a long time. So, and I think, everyone's got to be aware of that, and, if it's 2007 and you start talking to SAS Power more about what's coming up for 2030, it's too late. Like it's got to start right now. So I guess my question to you would be, with the wind, how many chunks? Is that going to be all, your typical 200 megawatts? And when but we know how those are going to be procured and how, and what we will be doing to involve, you know, BRDs and others in those discussions. Thank you.
So yeah, are we going to be adding more wind and solar? Likely, I'll say. I think we're going to be seeing more solar, and you'll probably see more wind coming forward. We haven't made the decisions when we're going to do that yet. There's, you know, we do run into challenges on our system. You know, the reason we've been adding wind the way we're adding it, where we're adding it in blocks, is that it does cause challenges on our system, and we are starting to see some of those challenges. You know, it relates to, you know, the ability for us to handle wind moving around quickly and other things on our system. So I won't get into the technical piece of that, but we are starting to see those challenges. We had challenges this summer managing it, and as we add more wind, it will pose challenges, and we're trying to find ways to resolve those challenges, and certainly one of the ways is building transmission lines. But just like wind and other kind of projects, transmission lines take a long time to build, so we're trying to plan for those. So I can't give you a definitive answer when we're going to see more wind coming out, aside from you will see more wind and solar coming in next coming years, and we're trying to sort through some of that right now within SaskPower. We're trying to resolve some of the technical challenges with adding wind on our system by things like battery storage, and just figure out how we can do things differently, because it is causing a challenge for us. So I understand there's a desire for everybody to hear, like, when exactly is the next RFP coming out, but it's difficult right now for us to say that, but we are working towards that. Probably more clarity on that.
So the challenge is the how, and so I think Doug and ourselves, I think we're all struggling a little bit about in terms of the how. Yeah. So the master agreement with Saskatchewan Power Corporation and FNPA is going to be expiring here in 2022. So ongoing work is happening. It's a 10-year agreement that's expiring and signed in 2012, expires in 2022, but as we've all heard, if we're going to realize investment in this cleaner future in Saskatchewan, we really have to be talking about a longer-term vision. So that longer-term vision doesn't happen with 5-year agreements with a master agreement. It just cannot. It's not sustainable. It isn't a sustainable power future. If we're planning and investing millions of dollars into energy infrastructure that is desperately needed, whether it's power generation or power transmission, we need to be talking about a longer-term 25-year commitment. So that longer-term 25-year commitment, just like in the building we're here in the Saskatchewan Gaming Authority at beautiful Dakota Dunes Casino, has created a lot of economic opportunity, a lot of employment opportunity, but so does the electricity sector as well. And so we'll be talking about approaches to lengthen that commitment with SaskPower, and what does the set-aside process look like, or what does the competitive process look like for future power generation in the province, what on a transmission side, on an export side, on the SMR conversation and other non-emitting sources. And so it's the how that we're trying to figure out. We don't have sort of the magic bullet to that yet, but certainly we're trying to look at what's more sustainable in terms of the relationship between FNPA, First Nations, and SaskPower.
My name is Glenn Wright. I'm here today with the Saskatchewan Environmental Society. And we have many experts in the Saskatchewan Environmental Society that look at a lot of policy and energy policy and international policy. And I just want people to focus on this slide here, because we're showing one pathway at the top line there, a flat line where our emissions stay the same. The next line we're showing is a possible pathway to get to net zero by 2050. And I think we've all heard the talk about how net zero by 2050 is going to happen. But it can't happen across our whole economy without the foundation of a clean electrical grid. So that means your clean electrical grid has to be at net zero a decade or more before you get your whole economy to net zero. So I guess what I'm trying to say to you is we need to challenge ourselves to think beyond this low line here as the maximum ambition. And then these new agreements, these longer term agreements, we need to be thinking about net zero much earlier. And that's going to be happening around the world. It is already happening in many places. We're going to be subject to those same pressures. At this COP26 conference in Scotland in a month, there's very likely to be an agreement on pollution pricing. So think carbon adjustment taxes. We're an export economy. If we have a dirty power grid, we are all going to hurt. So it breaks my heart to hear stories like Peter has mentioned and Randy, that our ambition on renewable power has not been nearly enough, and I'm just wanting to challenge everybody here today to think big, because we can get to net zero far before we are proposing on this chart. Thank you.
That was a great comment. Yep, and certainly that's where we're looking. We're trying to say, like, what are the options to get there? So,
Right. What was the first name again? Glenn Wright. Glenn Wright. You're so right.
Yep.
Okay.
Excellent. Now you can give me the hook.
All right. Give him a round of applause, right? Yeah. Thank you, Glenn, for those, that input, and it's urgent, eh? It's not like, it's what the elders are telling us too, eh? And I was around when they said, you know, one day you're going to be buying water in a bottle. I just laughed. Yeah, right. No, this is the reality. I want to thank all the board members. Ask Power. What was his name again? Terry Bergen. Is he going to stick around? We do have questions for board members. And also the people that are in virtual land. There's a lot of questions out there, I know, and a lot of expertise here. Just a little word here, SMRs. I was one of those people that didn't know what the hell is an SMR. It's a small modular reactor. We're talking about nuclear power, and they have one in Saskatchewan University of Saskatchewan, if everyone wants to see that. The other one that Doug talked about is wind is cheap. It's not, it's wind. We're not talking about what happens when we need a lot of prunes. Okay, and hot air, you can capture hot air at any conference. FSA assembly, a lot of hot air. No, I'm just kidding. I'm getting silly here. We're going to introduce Desiree one more time for a few comments, and then once again we'll throw it open for more questions. This is exciting, and then we'll feed you. Desiree?
Thank you for being here, everybody, and great questions. It always leads into a lot of my talk in this section. So, looking back, when I first started doing this, when I first started doing engagement pieces, and a big part of this is that passion, and you can see that the passion is in the room. The reason why I work with the First Nations Power Authority is because of that passion to really make a difference, that passion to move things forward, that passion to make sure that 7 generations from me is clean energy and a better world. We are stewards of the land. As First Nations people, that's what we are here for. So passion is that key to moving forward. I'd like to thank SAS Power again for giving us this opportunity. They didn't need to, right? This is the start of something great. Not meaning that things in the past haven't always been the greatest or they haven't made the best decisions. I'm not saying that we're perfect, nobody is. But this is the start. This is the start of that relationship and that conversation to move this forward, to make a difference. When we look at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the call to action number 92, it's asking the corporate sector and their leaders to adopt the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which was passed in 2007. So again, SAS Power, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to have this conversation and to start this relationship. So passion, right? If it's not, no, keep going. Next one, thank you, Joshua. If it wasn't important to you, you would make an excuse for it. Purpose. We were put here for a purpose. You are leaders in this room. You are here for a reason. SAS Power really actually does want to hear what you have to say. And truthfully, this is that open and honest space. This is giving you the opportunity to come forward and talk about what has gone on, the frustrations you've been through. This is how we create that relationship going forward. Next one, please, Joshua. The clean energy sector has the potential of being a major source of jobs, partnerships, supply chain creation, equity creation, and to leave a legacy of clean energy and healthy communities for our future generations. That's a big statement. Yes, like everybody's saying, we need to act now. We need to start doing things now. We need to start talking now. Well, that's why we're here. I've talked with many Sask Power people in the last couple days, last couple weeks, and you can see that passion. You can see the passion in the certain people that you talk to. They're here for the right reasons. That's why we're standing here. That's why we're here talking. Next one, please, Joshua. Over to my colleague, Mr. Tom.
Thanks, Des. I just want to touch again, and it's been talked about a few times this morning, there's many pathways to get to where we need to be in terms of clean energy, solar, biomass, geothermal, nuclear. The key message is here is that, as Doug has said, there is no obvious answer, and all forms of power generation have advantages and disadvantages. And we have to have the conversation around what those are and work through the various options in a meaningful way, because it's not easy, but we do have the tools, we do have the will to move that forward. So let's continue the conversation.
Thanks, Tom. Next one, please, Joshua. So now the power in numbers. When you want things done and you want to push things forward, power in numbers is really how to move that forward. So we had a conversation on Monday, and a lot of it had to do with sharing, right? Sharing, combining, coming together, making a difference for all of us, not leaving one First Nation behind another, really bringing us all forward. The power in numbers, that picture on the right, and I wish more people would understand it, but there's power in numbers. That's how you're going to move the needle. That's how you move things forward. That's why I stand here. That's why I talk, and I'm passionate about what I do, because that's how we're going to move all of our First Nations forward, is that power in numbers. Next one, please, Josh. So it's our duty. This is why you're sitting here. As leaders, you are here to chat, to talk, to communicate, to talk with Sask Power, to talk to the individuals. And you'll see by talking to them for 2 minutes who those passionate people are. You'll see it. You'll hear it from them. You'll feel it. You know. Thank you for coming. Thank you for asking the questions. Thank you for making it a hard discussion, but it needs to be had. Thank you.
So there's a lot to do, my friends, and like the questions are the driving force in the way forward. And Sask Environment, what is the last name again? Sask Environment?
Saskatchewan Environmental
Society. There is a group there of people engaged in this, and that's certainly a part that I am interested as an elder, because I worked with the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, trying to find a collaborative way going forward. Of course, Saskatchewan was thumbs down. And there's a lot of worry there, rightly so, and that's another element politically also that needs to be addressed. Okay, we threw it wide open for more questions, discussions. You're on. And then I think we'll hear the plates clanging up there and stomachs rolling. They're going to feed us very shortly. What do you think of this facility, by the way? Isn't this wonderful? Dakota Dunes. I think Chief Lonechild and I were the executive when we opened this. That was about 2007, that time. Thereby, we had a pleasure of opening this place, and of course, it's a very successful operation. Questions, anybody? Or advice, guidance? Any guidance for the First Nations Power Authority? It's very central. And by the way, Sask Power, Doug mentioned several times, Peter Gardapi, if you need further discussion, invite them over to talk with you and the board, and maybe with chief and council, see where we can go with that file. And I think it's a good thing that we're actually building those bridges to try and get through this. Okay, introduce yourself and where you're from, what you do, and ask your question.
Thanks, Lawrence. My name is Don McKay. I'm a band manager out at Sturgeon Lake First Nation. But my question, I don't know who to direct my question, but we just had power in numbers mentioned to us and building a relationship. So I see this environmental sessions that have been planned here. The two biggest bands in this province are in the north, Lac La Ronge Indian Band and Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation. Has Sass Power gone to the north, and have you built a relationship with the Northern First Nations? Where's that relationship?
So what was the question? Sorry.
Ask it again. Yeah. Do I need a microphone?
No, right here. Go ahead.
Okay.
Check with me.
Don McKay. I'm the band manager at Sturgeon. But my question was, I was looking at all these sessions that were planned. The two biggest bands in this province are Lac La Ronge Indian Band and Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation. Are these sessions going to the north? And I'd like to know what the relationship is with Northern First Nation bands. What's Sass Power's relationship there? I just seen on the news yesterday that PBCN and Sass Power are going to court over a lawsuit.
I can't really answer all. I think I'll have to rely on Guy to talk about the FNPA sessions, but certainly I think Guy and I will be talking about it in the future. I will let you know that yes, there was some. I can't speak about the lawsuit, but it has been settled. Certainly, there was a claim that was proven, and certainly as a corporate organization that's socially responsible, we're going to follow through with that claim. So that's pretty much done. But the relationships with the North, obviously, I will admit that there is some gaps. I know that before getting to the company, when you're in this role, you certainly got to understand and do your history checks on the company before you go over there. Because I don't know what I was getting into, quite honestly, but I've done my checks. Certainly there are gaps in customer services. There's gaps in regards to people working in the North that have Indigenous ancestry. There's gaps with regards to supplier development, whether it be subcontractors or primary contractors. I think there's a lot more opportunity to visit that and certainly review that and hopefully build upon that. So I'm coming into the position sort of recognizing that. I certainly have some background with regards to processes and IT systems that will be more supportive of billing arrangements, and certainly I look forward to working with the RT on building solutions that the elderly and certainly the language barrier, certainly their opportunity to pay their bills, because some of them do get cut off because they're not able to get their bill paid in time, but they do have the money. So we have to create probably different solutions for First Nations and certainly Métis Nations in the North, where it's not going to be one solution, one particular area, but certainly come up with something that's more reasonable for those communities to feel more comfortable working with Sass Power. And that's just the evolvement and recognizing that First Nations people and Métis people are the fastest growing populations in Saskatchewan. They are located in rural communities that don't necessarily get the response from organizations in large crowds, well, any organizations. And so you have to recognize that, and you have to apologize for that. And certainly I apologize to those north and certainly those in the south, but certainly I'm here to help build those bridges. And I certainly, because I worked in Sask Energy and Sask Power, I worked with, certainly look forward to bringing some of those solutions forward so that we build a better relationship with the north and the south. It's going to take some time. And we're going to have to take our Lincolns, go up there and meet with the First Nations and Métis people, and they're going to tell us what they think, and certainly we're going to have to come back with a solution. But it's all about listening and communicating, and I look forward to doing that. It's a good challenge, and hopefully I can, come back in about 2 years from now and give you some better answers. But certainly, I'm looking forward to the challenge.
Yeah, I'm absolutely excited about working with Terry in his new role as Director of Indigenous Relations at Sask Power, and I think Sask Power got a real asset in Terry. I know I don't speak on behalf of Sask Power's executive because they speak on behalf of the company themselves, but I do know that we've been in conversations with Nadine Goldstone, we've been in conversations with Doug Obseth and many others around what does the future look like for the North? And so in these engagement sessions, we've discussed different innovative ways to lessening the burden in northern Saskatchewan. North of the administrative district, there are key economic opportunities in the North. We know that the North needs to grow, and we'll continue to see these fluctuations in terms of power demand in the North in the foreseeable future. And Doug's been online. I think there's even a YouTube channel dedicated to the Pahonan Hydro Project. There's the Tazi Tway Project and many other very exciting, innovative things that Sask Power has actually done to contemplate what equity participation looks like. We continue to do community energy planning with Sandy Bay. Joshua is very active with Onion Lake Cree Nation and many others in northern parts of Saskatchewan. We continue to track down federal sources of funding to do community energy plans, and so we hope to make a very positive announcement in the very near future here within weeks. I'm hoping that we will help to provide a pathway for renewable energy options to be presented in northern communities, both on the Meadow Lake Tribal Council side and of course Prince Albert Grand Council side. And we have tried to get PAGC here. The day that we had them, we had the event in Prince Albert, they were actually in Edmonton doing a strategic planning session. I've talked to the leadership of the Prince Albert Grand Council. They are highly interested in doing this. If FNPA is of use to them, they will go through us. They will talk with us, they'll engage with us, but they have to be here in order for us to help them. So Lac La Ronge Indian Band, there was a couple of online attendees from the First Nation. We want to work with Gord Dupree and many others in some of those northern communities and come up with some solutions for that initial planning. And then revisit some of the projects that might be of interest to First Nations to pursue, whether that's small hydro development or others. And so we have our eye on the ball. We just have to not dwell on the past in terms of legal. Legal issues are issues that Sask Power has to bear, and challenges and concerns and everything. Certainly, PBCN's leadership is in dialogue with them about what's the path forward for that collaboration to exist. So, I think there's things going on that maybe we're not aware of, but we hope to, I think provide some good news for increased engagement with PBCN and Lac La Ronge Indian Band. And Montreal Lake Cree Nation, for example. There are many First Nations up there in many parts of northern and remote Saskatchewan that we want to reach out to. So, like I said, it's just a start. I'm sure Sask Power will agree with us that this is just the start of the engagement that needs to happen in northern communities. Right. Oh yeah, my good friend Noel Voikin. Tell us who you are, why you're here, and what kind of unique perspectives you have.
All right. As Chief Lonechild said, my name's Noel Voikin. I've been doing some work with the First Nations Power Authority on these engagement sessions. For just a very... Oh, sorry, you can't hear me?
You gotta speak right into it.
So, hello?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I didn't have it close enough to my mouth. I'm sorry. All right, so as I was mentioning, I'm doing a bit of work with the First Nations. Still? There we go. Better? Having trouble keeping it close to my mouth. I'll try that again. So as I said, I'm Noel Voikin. I've been doing some work with the First Nations Power Authority on these engagement sessions. So I was just going to comment a little bit on the northern I'll say the northern perspective. I was the chief executive officer of the Northwest Territories Power Corporation until just this spring. I was going to say, I think the key to working through some of these issues is relationships. So if I think what we did in the far north, I always tried to operate, I'll say, as what I called a zippered relationship, and that basically meant relationships at all levels. The local operating staff worked closely with the people in the community. I visited communities as frequently as I could. With COVID, I didn't do as good a job as I wanted, and I would have said that job is never finished. So relationships is what I saw. I'll say every community is different, so you need a different relationship with every community. You need relationships with the leadership. You need to understand the communities. The economic development opportunities, what do those look like? How could we work with procurement in the communities? How did I work with energy champions in the community? So many of the northern communities had people that were designated to be their energy champion for the community. And that person worked with the utility, worked with the leadership in the community, helped to develop power projects, so renewable projects. Many of the communities in the north are either looking at renewable projects within the communities, they have them already, or they're looking at expanding them. So I think that's an area where many communities could take a lesson. What else did we have? Oh, the other thing I saw was education and training. So our apprenticeship program in the north was 100% reserved for people indigenous to the north. So we typically, we developed a lineman training program specific for indigenous peoples, and then we've talked quite a number of times around what the future looks like. So future employment means starting to train people today. So if I think of the aspect of education around SMRs, we should be starting to think about talking to our students at a primary level already about career choices, starting to build the idea that nuclear may be a good career choice for them in the future. Because ultimately, by the time people get out of high school, they've already sort of generally set themselves on some form of a path that they want to go down. Many of these jobs will require trades training at a very high level. They'll require university level training, whether it be engineering or whether it be accounting or those sorts of highly specialized, highly trained roles. I think that was the more or less everything I wanted to throw in. I'm sure I'll think of other things as I listen to the discussion, but I just wanted to throw some of those ideas out for people. Thank you.
I think we're all set for some lunch. Are they ready back there, Guy? Good to go? And I think on the menu today they have deep fried squirrel and my favorite. Okay, we're going to take a pause for the cause here and back here about 1:45 to 1:00. And good discussions. Do stick around, don't leave us yet. We'll have a meal and together, and let's maybe I'll take this opportunity to provide a blessing for the food. By the way, my wife just sent me a message here thanking Chief Lonechild, of course, First Nations Power Authority and Sask Power for seeing fit to include her. And she's a very busy woman. She said her prayers will continue. And the only thing that's good in her life is that she's been married to me for 54 years. 54 years, and it was a military wedding. Well, not really. There was a shotgun there, and there's... Okay, friends, let's pray together and bless the meal. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We ask that you bless our food that we're about to receive. Let it be medicine for our hearts and our minds and our bodies and our souls. Help us always be truly mindful of the needs of those people who live in poverty and hunger. And Lord, we leave it to you to nurture those people who are too sick to eat at this time. Bless our gathering, and bless, O Lord, the hands that prepared this food for us. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Amen. Is that yours? I'm going to keep it. I know what you mean.
As strategic leaders, FNPA is as responsive as the wind. We move this way and that, promoting a slipstream of economic opportunities. We bring in As strategic leaders, FNPA is as responsive as the wind. We can move this way and that, promoting a slipstream of economic opportunities. We bring Indigenous and industry leaders together to develop renewable and alternative energy projects. And we are also committed to future generations. We are creating projects that contribute to the reduction of global warming.
FNPA is here to serve as a valuable resource to enabling a cleaner energy future to benefit First Nations communities across Canada. One example is the Awas Solar Power Project, where we're supporting the construction of 10 megawatts of solar generation on Cowes' First Nation. Similarly, projects underway with George Gordon First Nation, Star Blanket Cree Nation, and Flying Dust First Nation, where we will be soon reaching commercial operation dates in 2021 and 2022.
I choose to work for First Nations Power Authority because I believe in the vision and the people. Everyone here has a wealth of knowledge and they're all passionate about improving Indigenous communities and protecting the environment. I like that I get to work on a huge variety of different kinds of projects with a bunch of different teams, and I like knowing that when I wake up and go to work, that I know I'm part of the solution to help improve Indigenous communities and to get them involved in decision making on a cleaner energy future, not only for us, but for our future generations as well.
FNPA, the pathway to powerful opportunities. Mother Earth has a heartbeat. We maintain a pulse on this by honoring the Indigenous identity. We're committed to community and equality. We connect both Indigenous and industry leaders to develop renewable and alternative energy. We do this to preserve our natural environment, for ourselves, and for the generations to come.
Why is First Nations Power Authority important to you?
So we can continue to have clean airs, earth, and water for my future.
And what does FNPA mean to protecting the environment?
Because they can help our communities become healthier and greener, and FNPA is my family.
I believe that it's the youth that are pushing us in this direction, using our energy more cleanly. I'll give you an example. My granddaughter, when she was 5 or 6 years old, maybe 4 years old, I was driving down the road one day and I picked up a coffee, and me and her were going down the back roads, and I was done my coffee and I threw out my coffee cup. She stopped me right there and said, "Mushum, do you know you're making the earth sad?" So ever since that day, I've never thrown anything out of my truck. It stays in my truck, and when I get to, so there goes the position that I'm taking. It's the young people that are pushing us as older people and the political people to be more cleaner with our energy.
Clean energy is important for my generation, so we may have a chance to have clean air, clean water, and clean land. And FNPA is helping to ensure a better future.
Indigenous. It's a good day.
With my position with Meadow Lake Tribal Council, I work directly with the new bioenergy facility that's being constructed alongside the North Sask Forest Products sawmill. Extremely interesting project that's focused on renewable energy production, totally associated with using waste product from North Sask Forest Products. All of the bark and trim ends and sawdust that come out of the sawmill that is currently being used in or being burnt in a 50-year-old beehive burner will now be combusted in a new piece of technology that will produce 6.6 megawatts of energy that will be fed directly into the Sask Power grid, and that is enough energy to actually power 5,000 homes.
The Meadow Lake Tribal Council is always looking for new ways of building economy and being part of the Saskatchewan future. The MLTC Bioenergy Centre is a prime example of how that fits in with that mandate. We're very proud to be part of Sask Power's future. We're very proud to be part of the Meadow Lake Tribal Council's arsenal of new developments, and we're proud to be part of Northwest Saskatchewan and all the new growth and opportunity that brings with it, whether that's employment, new skill development, and new revenue streams.
Please join us as the future is clean energy and helping Mother Earth sustain a bright new future for our First Nations communities.
FNPA, the pathway to powerful opportunities. We pledge to maintain workable and sustainable energy projects. This commitment radiates like the life-giving sun. The warmth from it keeps dreams alive for Indigenous people. It shines a light on new possibilities, offering hope and fresh opportunities toward building a better future world for our communities.
It's really exciting for the Meadow Lake Tribal Council to be participating in the renewable energy economy, taking what was a waste product and being able to convert it into useful renewable energy is tremendously satisfying and something that we as MLTC are proud of. MLTC is a proud sponsor and participant in the First Nations Power Authority participation in Saskatchewan. The First Nation Power Authority adds value in being a liaison between First Nations and Sask Power, provides capacity building, and allows for innovative thinking when it comes to new arenas of renewable energy development. We're very proud to be alongside the First Nations Power Authority and support its efforts at furthering the economy of Saskatchewan and across Canada.
At FNPA, we're dedicated to energizing First Nations communities through clean energy partnerships. Our goal is to bring energy sovereignty and security to First Nations communities, and we do this by bridging the gap between government, public utilities, industry, and First Nations communities to develop Indigenous-owned power generation projects.
FNPA, the pathway to powerful opportunities. Flowing waters renew the spirit and adjust their paths. FNPA adapts to constant changes too. We engage in a wide variety of renewable energy projects. We eagerly pursue a cleaner future. And we keep promises alive for sustaining our people and for benefiting relationships for all involved.
Again, very proud to sit on the board of FNPA. Just as proud being a member of the Meadow Lake Tribal Council and working on this project. The clean energy aspect, the renewable energy aspect is very important. It's in line with the goals and aspirations of First Nations and our values specifically. You know, it's interesting that when you talk about the treaties state, you know, as long as the sun shines, the grass grows and the river flows, and you generate power from all three of those. I mean, in terms of the wind, in terms of the sun, in terms of the water through hydro, and in terms of the biomass. And so, you know, those are all values we hold in high esteem. The environment is very important to us as stewards of the land, and having the land so close to us in terms of our relationship to it.
If we could work hand in hand, Sask Power, First Nations Power Authority, the Meadow Lake Tribal Council, and First Nations as a whole, to produce that cleaner power, our world would all be better. I think that First Nations Power Authority is heading in the right direction for cleaner energy. Sass Power has, I believe, has got to take First Nations Power Authority and give them the opportunity to produce more clean energy, because I know it is in the First Nations of Saskatchewan's heart to make cleaner energy. So our environment is cleaner, also helps out economically with the First Nations.
If you are a First Nations community who wants to explore energy sovereignty and security, let us help you achieve your energy goals. And if you're a clean energy company who is looking to partner with a First Nations community, please reach out and learn how we can help you with meaningful engagement with our Indigenous communities.
FNPA, the pathway to powerful opportunities.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
This commitment radiates like the life-giving sun. The warmth from it keeps dreams alive for Indigenous people. It shines a light on new possibilities, offering hope and fresh opportunities toward building a better future world for our community.
Okay, we all set, I think, pretty soon.
It's really exciting
And I'll wait for
our
our
tribal council to be participating in the renewable energy economy.
Our virtual
Taking
guy
what
there.
was a waste product and being able to convert it into useful renewable energy is tremendously satisfying and something that we as MLTC are proud of. MLTC is a proud sponsor and participant in the First Nations Power Authority participation in Saskatchewan. The First Nation Power Authority adds value in being a liaison between First Nations and Sask Power, provides capacity building, and allows for innovative thinking when it comes to new arenas of renewable energy development. We're very proud to be alongside the First Nations Power Authority and support its efforts at furthering the economy of Saskatchewan and across Canada.
At FNPA, we're dedicated to energizing First Nations communities through clean energy partnerships. Our goal is to bring energy sovereignty and security to First Nations communities. And we do this by bridging the gap between government, public utilities, industry, and First Nations communities to develop Indigenous-owned power generation projects.
FNPA, the pathway to powerful opportunities.
For the afternoon session here in beautiful Dakota Dunes, Whitecap, Dene, the Dakota Nation. But before we get into our scheduled discussions, agenda items, I want to introduce some of the people that arrived here. Of course, it's election time, and it's always nice to acknowledge them. David Pratt, who is the second or third vice chief right now? David, are you third or? Second right now. Dave Pratt, please rise and see what you look like. And he's running for first vice chief now. And also, we had the chief, Bobby Cameron, here. You heard there was a free meal here. Yeah, he heard there was a free meal here, so of course he had to come in. Well, there you go. I've been there, done that. Right, guy? I will do that, yeah. The other one is Dustin Fiddler. All right. He doesn't have any idea how to play the fiddle, but he's a fiddler. You try it. I'm going to give him the microphone very shortly here, and we gave Ali Bear, of course, the mic this morning, and she's running for third. And Dustin's running for a second, right? Let's give the microphone to the guys, and thank you for allowing us to do that, chief guy. And I'm sure they'll appreciate it. Come on up here, David. And just a couple of words, and short and sweet. I don't believe you. Okay, this is David Pratt, Chief David Pratt.
Thanks, LJ. I'll be short and sweet, folks. I know you got a heavy agenda here and a lot of stuff you want to get going today. First of all, I want to greet you this afternoon on Inchagot, on Sigya, Aglenite, Haukoda, Haukona. My name is David Pratt, and I'm from the Muscopeding Soto Nation down in Treaty 4 territory, part of the File Hills Tribal Council. I've been in leadership here the past 4 years, and man, it feels more like 10. You can tell by the gray hair. This was black when I started, by the way. So I put a lot of miles on my vehicle, and I've worked hard these last 4 years, and it's been a wonderful experience. I'm telling you, it's had its challenges. Trust me, dealing with government is never easy. It's always a challenge dealing with the federal and the provincial government, especially the provincial government. But we always try to do our best to stay positive and to push our people's issues front and center, and specifically around our treaty and inherent rights. So I'll be seeking the office of First Vice Chief this fall on October 28th. It's 29 days away. It's going to come fast. We'll blink our eyes and we'll be there on election day. And I'm confident that with the support of the leadership that are here, that I'll be able to continue on the work that I've done. Big accomplishments in child welfare. We're working on mental health. There's a number of issues that are front and center advocate. We're this close to getting that health ombudsperson set up. We just got to get through the cycle. The Liberals have basically committed to setting that office up for our people, a central place that we can go for to deal with our discriminatory practices and issues within the healthcare system. So a lot of good work's been done in the last 4 years, and I'm still young, I'm still learning, so I got much more to learn, and I think we got much more to accomplish together. So hopefully with your support on October 28th, I'll be there on the 29th to continue the work, continuing pressuring and hammering government for our people and making things happen and making lives better for the ones coming behind us. So thank you very much. Miigwech, Panamia, Marsicho. And thanks for the meal.
And when you do get in there, Chief Bratt, make sure you allow time for commission meeting with Sask Power and, of course, First Nations Power Authority. Come and do a little presentation as to how we can go forward together, because you could see the vibrancy in here, right in this room. And it's something that needs to happen, and something that our First Nations definitely need. Running for second Vice Chief, a guy from Waterhen Cree Nation Treaty 6, Dustin Fiddler.
Tansay Nawagamagantik, Dustin Ross Fiddler, Ntsigasan, Sikip and Etsinia, that's Treaty 6 territory, Waterhen Lake First Nation. Pleasure to be here with you today. I have these handouts here on all of your tables, they kind of, so I don't have to speak so long. You can see my mandate, who I am, and a quick message to the leadership and delegates. Running for second Vice Chief, in regards to this forum, I was at the one in North Battleford already, so I think the Vice President of Sask Power was there, and I gave her a piece of my mind in a respectful way about the relationship First Nations have with Sask Power, the barriers we face right now, the high power rates in the north that we're facing, and basically looking at the issues on the First Nation in regards what needs to be done. I think of you have people that want to work, and we look at the local jobs in the economy. You have somebody that's on SA, and under the current SA policy, social assistance, the bills are paid. Sask Power, it's $1,000 paycheck, right? Basically, you're going to be working to pay Sask Power the current way it is. We need to work on ways to mitigate that, because our people want to work. But who wants to go to work just to make enough to pay your bills that are already being paid under SA, right? It's a social deterrence. That is a barrier for a lot of our working class, and then when we have families that have to send their people all the way to Fort Mac, they have to send them to the mines, Jansen Mine, wherever, just to make that decent income, and so they don't see their families for weeks at a time, right? Some of these camps, 3 weeks on, 1 week off. That week off, you're just tired, you don't have time to do all the stuff you want to do with your families. These are the barriers we're facing right now, and I know that Sask Power is a willing partner. We have Guy Lonechild in the FNPA ready to start working on these solutions alongside First Nations with the provincial government, because at the end of the day, I think we're no stranger to this. We know the provincial government exists and benefits on the First Nations' backs. We have supported them for a long time. If we look at the framework agreement with SIGA, I'd love to know that amount of dollars that goes every single year. Even in an off year, it's still so much. And so when they try to come back and say, oh, we can't do this for the First Nation as a Crown Corp, it's like, really, well, what have we done for you? We've done everything for you. You exist because of us. We were here before you. And when we have, I think, in all honesty, meaningful dialogues, none of this Mama C stuff, none of this stuff that isn't productive, we come in with actual policy change and what needs to happen. It will benefit our communities. And I'm not going to speak too long. I want to end it there. I can rant on this for days, but I appreciate being here. I appreciate the free meal. And just know moving forward that as a second Vice Chief candidate, we have a lot of work to do. And I hope to get that work done. I've done it in Waterhen Lake First Nation, especially on this issue. That's one issue I came in with. And our people said, hey, Dustin, we want to work, but we don't want to work to pay Sask Power. So bringing that on to the Vice Chief role, I'm looking forward to meeting with Sask Power, with the FNPA, and making sure that our people can work, make a living, be at home in their communities with their families. We want to talk about generational healing. It starts there with the complete family together. So kinaskom tinawa, nixeoma, I'm done. Hi. For now, yeah, top way. Thank you. Yeah.
What's this with a free meal, you guys? The invoice will be in a mail for this meal. There's one more young person running for office. I think she visited our first session in PA. Pam Whitehawk, where are you, young lady? Come on up here. She's from the Cody First Nation and running for 5th Vice Chief. I'm just kidding. 4th? All right, Pam.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a beautiful day today. Honored to be here. I've been following FNP on their tour throughout the region, so I got to listen to the different diversities that we have, that we're facing as First Nations in our communities when it comes to what we call climate change. And that's what I'm getting from these presentations, is our climate change and how we can work to protect Mother Earth. And that's one of my platforms, is climate change. I would like to see my grandchildren be able to go to the lakes, to be able to enjoy their time here when they grow up, that they still have a place to go play. And that's my mandate. That's one of the things I like to follow. And I believe that we can accomplish that. Our Anishinaabe are guiding us to where we need to be. And I listen to our Anishinaabe when they talk to me about, it's about the land. It's about the land and the resources, Pam. That's what you have to focus on. Everything is connected to the land. So that's where I'm taking my direction when I speak to our Anishinaabe. I would like to say thank you. And I am seeking 4th Vice Chief position in this coming up election. And it's going to be a great journey, going on this trail and meeting communities, meeting chiefs and council, and sitting with the delegates. It's going to be an awesome journey. It's going to be about the growth. And that's what it is about us in First Nations, is the growth. How can we help each other and take us to the next level? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else running for something? Guy, you've been there already. You had 10 years, right, with the FSN? Thereabouts? Almost 12. I had 12 years. And to the candidates, it's a real honor to be elected in that level. I was Vice Chief for 9 years and Chief for 3 years. It's a service. You're a servant. They don't work for you. You're a servant. So always remember that. But safe travels. Put the Creator first, your family, and then away you go. Thanks for coming, candidates. Big hand for these guys. And one flaw on your paper there. Where's your phone number? It's not on there. I'm attaching that next. That's the next. Yeah, right. Promises already, eh? Give your address to the cooks over there. The invoice will be coming to you. Play for this meal. Okay, we're going to start here. By the way, big hand for the cooks, okay? That's a wonderful meal. Dakota Dunes. Very nice. Now, we're going up to, I think, Darcy Holderness. Where is Darcy? Darcy is on, and he's going to be talking about, this is where we start talking about small modular reactors in the clean energy future, and also the options that are included, and what we need to work with and what work for and against if need be. Darcy works for the province, of course, and has been for a while, since you were born. Darcy Holderness, ladies and gentlemen. Again, write down your questions or hold your hand up at any time. At the end. Okay, questions at the end of the presentation, of Darcy's presentation. And we do have some regulators also. I'll be talking to us right after that. Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, and also the Nuclear Waste Management Organization. English is my second language. I kind of flip over some of the words, and it's totally in venereal as far as I'm circumcised. Whatever that means, guy? Okay. You like that one, eh? Okay, where was I? Darcy Holderness. Here we go.
So this is the 7th session that we've done this, and I tell you, every time I come up, it's something different. It's something very entertaining. That's good. Anyway, yeah, I'm Darcy Holderness. I've worked for SAS Power for close to 20 years. That's all I've known out of school. I was born here, born and raised in Treaty 6 territory in Saskatoon. I live, work, and play now in the Regina area in Treaty 4. I've spent most of that career climbing around the coal plants, cleaning them up, upgrading them, looking at things like that. A lot of time on the Clean Coal project in Estevan. But this type of forum and this type of thing are new to me, and I'm now the project manager on the nuclear file in the generation planning group. And so I'm kind of thankful for SAS Power even to let me clean the coal dust out of my ears and come to events like this and hearing the perspective and the relationship issues, some of the legacy issues at SAS Power, that it's new to me in my world, and it's meaningful, and I think this project and this option that I'm looking after has a chance for real meaningful economic reconciliation too, and so I think you're going to see that as we go through where those opportunities are, and you can't get much earlier than where we're at today in terms of development of an option and a potential industry for Saskatchewan, possibly Western Canada. And so building that opportunity and those options together as we move through this is something we're here to start talking about and doing, and that's what we're here for right now. Yeah, but it's going to be a journey. You're going to see there's a lot of work to do, and it's promising right now. These SMRs are looking promising as a potential option in the future for reliable, clean power, cost-effective power. But it's going to take a lot more work to develop and evaluate the option, leading to those construction decisions, which may come, not till the end of this decade, is what we're thinking. But for this project in particular, this is a quote right from the top at SAS Power that I like to include in the presentations. It speaks to right where we're at from the top down in terms of the importance of this type of session and meaningful engagement. And as we go through to this transition, as we transition away from fossil and emitting sources of energy, it's going to take a lot of work, and there's a lot of challenges. There's a lot of opportunities there too. So the engagement along the way is incredibly important, and we're very thankful to have the group we have here today. So just a few more comments on that. We're here to share a lot of information, offer a lot of information on where we're at. I'm here to talk about the assessment of SMRs and nuclear power, but we're also here to listen. So all of the feedback and comments are going to be captured and documented, and we're going to take those back and materialize those into in a meaningful way on the project. That's the intent, and that's what we're here. So, yeah. So there was a little bit of talk earlier. We're a greenfield jurisdiction when it comes to nuclear power, but we do have some foundation and some relevance in the industry to date. There was mention of the SMR operating in Saskatoon. It's not really an SMR. It was a research reactor that really focused on isotope development and things like that. It was actually retired. It's no longer operating. It was retired in 2019. It operated from 1981 until then. We have the world's richest uranium deposits. We're all familiar with that up north, and we're quite good at taking those out of the ground and exporting them around the world. And there's aspects of that are of course regulated and a foundation of research and development in uranium mining in the province that is very relevant. The Sylvia Fedoruk Canadian Centre for Nuclear Innovation was created in 2011, and that was just to advance R&D in the nuclear industry. You're going to see we've already started working with them as we kind of dive into evaluating nuclear power for the province. This is a graph you've seen from Doug's slide. It speaks to where we see the opportunity for nuclear power, and it's not for a while. You heard from our board member Terry earlier as well that it's a far out there opportunity as of today, but we have to do a lot of work early on to maintain it as an option for this time frame. But really, the opportunity for SMRs where we see them is that net zero conversation. So getting from where we are today to 50% below 2005 levels by 2030 is a challenge, but I can tell you getting to net zero is going to be another challenge and even more difficult. And so really that's where the SMRs, the opportunity for SMRs might be. So what are they? Conventional nuclear reactors, there's a lot of those operating around the world. There's a lot of those in Canada, and I'll share some information with that today. But they're typically in the large category, so greater than 700 megawatts, that's electrical output, usually around the 800 to 1,000 megawatts. And SAS Power has been looking at nuclear power and those conventional reactors for years, but they're really just too large to make sense for our market and our size in Saskatchewan. It just doesn't make economic sense. So the SMRs kind of represent a smaller version of that technology, and when industry typically refers to that being in the 50 to 300 megawatts range, and that's again is electrical output. We're kind of targeting technologies around the upper range of that, so the 300 megawatt mark. And that's a similar size to our larger coal units that we operate today in the province. The modular aspect, so that speaks to the reactors are designed to be built in a shop environment to different degrees. And that takes a lot of the risk away from field construction. Cost and schedule overruns have been an issue in the nuclear industry, and so the modular aspect of this is meant to move some of that risk into a shop environment where things can be more controlled, and you kind of de-risk the project and the technology in that way. Reactor, of course, the thermal energy comes from a nuclear fission process, and so it's nuclear power that's providing that thermal energy, and then you convert that energy, you take it out of the reactor and transfer it into a steam loop, and that'll run a steam turbine just like our other thermal power stations, being coal-fired or most natural gas ones operate in that fashion as well. So technology streams, there's a number of different avenues in Canada in which SMRs are looking at being deployed, and so it's been identified in 3 streams. The first stream is 3 utility scale SMRs that are being looked at very closely in Ontario and by us at SAS Power for Saskatchewan. There's 3 reactors that are being evaluated right now, and the goal will be to narrow those down to one single technology that would be deployed in stream 1 in a kind of a pan-Canadian approach. And so that decision will be made around the end of this year, possibly in Ontario, and we'd look to follow suit on whether we can align with the decision in Ontario or not sometime in 2022. Those 3 reactors they're very different, 3 different reactors. They come with different challenges and different opportunities, so we're working very closely with Ontario to evaluate those and understand them to a large degree, so we can make sure that they will apply to Saskatchewan in the same fashion. And that's looking at though that stream could be commercially in service by the end of this decade in Ontario. So in the 2020s, we could see Canada's first SMR operating in that time frame. The second stream are 2 reactors that are being advanced and developed by New Brunswick Power for the Maritimes. They're a little bit more advanced design. They come with some different opportunities. They're a little bit later in kind of the schedule in the rollout time frame, so they're looking more at the mid-2030 time frame. But there's some interesting things that they're doing there. The Moltex reactor actually repurposes used fuel from Canadian reactors that are operating today. So you get a little bit more energy out of it. It's a little bit more efficient use of the uranium, and you kind of reduce your volume of used nuclear fuel in that way as well. The third stream is 2 very small reactors, they're known as. It's something a little bit different, or micro-modular reactors, some people call them. They're in a different category, kind of below the 50 megawatt range. So these 2 projects are both being advanced in Ontario, one by a coalition between OPG and the Ultra Safe Nuclear Corporation, is known as Global First Power. They have a project in Chalk River, Ontario that could see in service as early as 2026, but it'll probably be a little bit past that date. And then Bruce Power is working with Westinghouse on another very small reactor. Those ones are typically fit for remote locations, off-grid communities or off-grid industrial applications. That's kind of the business case for those. So it's not something Sask Power is actively looking at. We're looking at more of the larger size, the utility scale evaluation. So this is a conventional reactor. This is the operating today in Ontario. It's a 4-reactor power plant. It produces 3,500 megawatts. So this one facility in Ontario could power all of Saskatchewan on most days. It's based on the CANDU reactor technology, and it's something we know, little known to most out west here, but the CANDU reactor, it's a homegrown Canadian design. It's been implemented across Canada, and it's been exported around the world as well. And it's allowed for a very strong nuclear industry. We have a very strong nuclear regulator that you're going to hear from right after this presentation. The Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, they've grown up with the nuclear industry out east, and they've become world-renowned and well-respected around the world in terms of their capacity and competence in this space. But this facility, it's located on the shores of Lake Ontario. It's 75 kilometers from downtown Toronto, and there's about 6 million people that live within a 100-kilometer radius of it. And it's called the Darlington Nuclear Power Plant. It's 20% of Ontario's power comes from this one facility as well. So the other thing is you can see the little arrow in the graphic on the top there. This is also the site that could potentially host Canada's first SMR. So they already have an environmental impact assessment complete, and a license from the CNSC to prepare the site was just renewed this spring. You'll hear a little bit more about that, but this is the project that's advancing that could be the first mover project that would if we can align on a technology selection, we could deploy a similar technology or the same technology in Saskatchewan. So this kind of gives you a sense of size of the facility, though. There's some vehicles around there you can see. In the next slide, I'll just give you a sense of what a standalone SMR facility might look like. You can see a vehicle, a truck, a semi-truck pulling out of the west side of that, or the left side of that. It's a lot less impactful than conventional nuclear is, than compared to these larger facilities. So this footprint could fit on around 35 acres of space. It's probably going to take a little bit more than that, and it's depending on which technology we select and how things kind of finalize in the design. But they're a lot less impactful compared to conventional nuclear. And that's just what this is showing. This is a molten salt cooled reactor, which is one of the designs we are evaluating in Stream 1, but just to give you a sense of size. So they're small reactors. They're smaller projects compared to the big ones, but they're still large, major construction projects. The construction phase for even a single SMR in the 300 megawatt range is going to be in the billions of dollars in terms of capital cost to build it, and then it can operate for a period of 60 years. They design these reactors for. But with those large capital intense projects does come economic impact, and you can measure that economic impact in terms of GDP and jobs for Saskatchewan. So the Conference Board of Canada has done some of that work. They looked at a set of requirements or assumptions that we gave them around deploying 4 300 megawatt SMRs in Saskatchewan over about a 10-year time frame leading up to the mid-2040s, and they put some numbers together in terms of economic impact for the province and jobs. So in the operating phase, we would be looking at around 700 jobs that would be sustained for the duration that we operated this fleet. The construction phase, it would be a lot more than that, more around 1,700, I think, year by year as you built out that fleet. And so it's substantial, right? And it would help to offset some of the economic losses that will be realized by the province when we phase out conventional coal. That's coming. CCS, carbon capture and storage, is still an option on some of our coal plants, but conventional coal will have to be shut down by 2030. And that's going to have an impact, especially in the southeast and south central areas. So, I mean, the SMRs help to maybe offset some of that impact for the province. And it would help to kind of wean us off natural gas, right? Natural gas has been talked about as a transition fuel, and it comes with pricing risk on the supply of natural gas and carbon penalty risk in terms of what's happening with that. So economy, there's economic risk associated with relying on natural gas for too long. And we've heard about advancing our goals earlier. How fast can we get to net zero, right? And so SMRs may help with some of that big picture equations. The last bullet on here is to say we don't view SMRs as competing with renewables at all, at least not right now. SMRs they are more flexible than conventional nuclear power plants in terms of load following. And so what I mean by that is they can come up and down a little bit faster to follow renewables if the wind stops blowing or starts blowing and there's power available. They're not as flexible as natural gas, so they by no means follow as well as natural gas can, but they are a little bit better than conventional reactors. The other thing you can look at, we've talked a bit about hydrogen. If hydrogen production becomes a sustaining factor in Saskatchewan, there's certain SMRs out there that would be better than others at producing hydrogen. So when renewables are peaking or we're getting a lot of energy from renewables, maybe we can divert some of the energy, some of the nuclear energy into hydrogen production or things like that. And then you can help decarbonize some other industries, or you get that storage aspect. Some SMR designs have thermal energy storage built into them. And so that helps to kind of add to that picture as well. But we've done a lot of feasibility work, and you're going to see that we're just entering now what we're calling the planning phase for development of this supply option. And what we've done to date is a lot of feasibility work. And so through that feasibility work, we identified a number of requirements that we felt were key to successfully implementing this type of technology. And that's some of the things that are listed here. So the national fleet utility partnerships, that speaks to leveraging the existing nuclear industry in Canada to help us out as we look to maybe deploy that technology here. It's partnering with the current big nuclear operators in Canada, OPG, Bruce Power, New Brunswick Power, and leveraging their knowledge and learnings to help us build a foundation here. And so that's really important. First of a kind deployment in another jurisdiction in Canada is important. It is a new technology. So the construction estimates are estimates. The operating models are estimates. So we want to look for another jurisdiction to actualize, if that's the word, those estimates before we go to make a construction decision here. And so that first mover project in the Stream 1 analysis is looking at that Darlington project to potentially de-risk our requirements out here to a large degree. What is the price tag, right? What is the actual construction price tag to build one of these facilities? They'll show us what that is before we have to make a decision, is what you're going to see. And that's the goal and part of the key requirements for us. Indigenous participation. So, I mean, that's partly what we're here to talk about, but we view that as a key requirement for rolling these out successfully. And we've identified it formally as such. And so how can we materialize participation in this aspect as we start to build and evaluate and develop this option? There's lots of different ways out there, right? Doug mentioned our procurement history, and Indigenous participation in procurement is definitely going to be a given on anything that we do, any big energy project SaskPower operates. We've already focused Indigenous participation as we start to build some partners in this planning phase and get into things. And there'll be firm targets set through construction and operating phases in terms of Indigenous procurement. There's also a workforce. We heard a lot about workforce training. There's going to be infrastructure required in Saskatchewan, new infrastructure for workforce training. And how can we make sure that Indigenous participation is there, and that people that are going to operate and maintain this facility, that there's opportunity there. Research and development, investment in post-secondary education systems, where we've identified that, and there's a plan to start building some of that capacity as we move through the planning phase in Saskatchewan. So, in terms of measuring the sliver and being early enough in the project to have an impact, we're there now. but it's going to come. It's going to go by fast. These years are going to go by fast, and so we have to make sure that these dialogues continue and we materialize things into actual something real for the project. Equity participation is another topic that has come up today, and it's come up in a lot of our sessions. So fair equity participation from Indigenous communities and groups is something that we want to talk about. And if that's an avenue that wants to be explored, let's hear that. Let's get it written into these reports, and then we'll continue those conversations, right? Federal risk sharing is just another one. Sorry, so we are looking at, it is a new industry, and there is risk. It takes a lot of money to invest in the option and build our capacity and competence in Saskatchewan. So we are looking to the federal government to help us out in that regard in terms of some funding as we move through the planning phase. And so that's a key requirement. Ultimately, though, it does come down to a competitive price for power. So we're not going to build SMRs here if it's going to come with a rate hike or a significant adjustment in rates to accommodate them. It has to be a competitive price of electricity compared with other options in this time frame. And so we've done a lot of that feasibility work, and it's a promising option, and that's why we're entering what we're calling this planning phase. So this slide, I know it's busy, there's a lot of information, it's tough to read, so I apologize for that. I am working on kind of breaking it down into a little bit more readable fashion. This is our timeline though, so if you can see on the bottom, it's about a 15-year time frame that shows kind of how the project is going to evolve, leading to construction decisions as early as kind of the 2028 and 2029 time frame, which would have the first one in service by around the 2033, and that's kind of the earliest possible date. So there's quite a bit of risk that could materialize as we go through the different assessments and evaluations here that could push that out 1 or 2 years pretty easily. But yeah, so we're right at the star number one. Entering, we had approval from our board in March of this year for year one of the planning phase. And so the first two tangible things that we need to progress are the site selection. We need to find a site, and we need to pick a technology. And once you have those two things in place, it allows you to start the detailed work on environmental impact assessments and the regulatory processes, which are intense in the nuclear industry. So the CNSC, the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, has 3 main licenses that you need to obtain before you can operate this type of reactor in Canada. It's a license to prepare a site, a construction license, and an operating license. And so the idea is to have those well advanced before you make a construction decision. It's also a federal impact assessment. A full federal impact assessment will be required for this project. So that's a 5.5-year process once you start. It's an intense process, and it's gonna take a lot of work to move through. That's kind of shown on the bottom there. The big green bar is our engagement that's going to be required. So the engagement it started before we even made the decision to enter the planning phase, and it's going to continue and get more intense as we move through the planning phase. So we expect that is one of the most important parts, especially for a nuclear project. It's important for any big energy project, but for this project, I can't emphasize enough how important it is to hear from everyone here, and we're going to keep this conversation going as we start to understand what this option looks like and make more decisions around it. You can see the Darlington new nuclear project timeline just below there, but they are looking to be in service right now by about 2028. Now that might get pushed out, but we're hoping it'll still happen within this decade. And then that would basically have them be commercially operating before we make our construction decision in Saskatchewan. Yeah, but it's a lot of work. It scares the hell out of me most days, but we're trying to understand where we have to be, what our short-term goals are, what our long-term goals are, and then just work through as we move through things. So a little bit of an update on where we're at in terms of the siting process. So we started putting our team together when we had approval from the board to get into this. And so what we've been doing is really analyzing a lot of the technical requirements. What are the requirements of the machine, the technology? What are the regulatory requirements for siting a nuclear power plant?
And then what are the utility requirements? So where do we need the power? Where's the existing infrastructure available to move this much power around the province? Those are the types of things that we're starting to just write down on paper and understand to a high degree. So it's a lot of technical study work that has been doing and ongoing. And the next phase is going to be, what is the feedback? So what do Indigenous communities feel is important, and what should we be considering when we go through the siting process? Public, of course, we're going to be looking for some feedback from the public as well, and all stakeholders in Saskatchewan. But that is coming soon, so we'll be ready to start sharing kind of what our technical box looks like and what the technical analysis suggests might be good areas for where you might cite this type of technology, and then filling out that with Indigenous knowledge, community information, what is important and what's valued in different areas of the province, so that we can kind of fill this out and complete it in a really holistic manner. I think the next slide actually has some more information on that. So one of the things that we have to be very cognizant of when we develop this project is what is our capacity and our competence in terms of executing a nuclear power project, right? SaskPower is not a nuclear operator, obviously, and to become one, it would take a lot of work and a lot of adjustment, a lot of cultural adjustments at SaskPower. Very high-level management systems would have to get overhauled to a large degree. So what is the best way to successfully deploy this technology? And as we get into the siting details, we can bring in some experts from the existing nuclear industry in Canada, and we've started to do that. So we've been working with them as we assemble these technical requirements for siting. You bring in some experts to do a gap analysis and look at everything that we might look at for a gas project and make sure we're assessing everything from a nuclear position accurately and properly, right? And so that's what we've done. We've also worked with the Sylvia Fedorik Center for Nuclear Innovation, has done some work on siting SMRs in Saskatchewan, and so we've tried to leverage some of their work and incorporate it where we can into our siting model. But you look at a lot of things, right? You need to look at a lot of things, and the two orange boxes on the bottom are what's coming in the next step, right? What are the Indigenous knowledge and community knowledge, and how can we factor that into the siting? But some examples of the criteria are just shown on the right. So water supply, we are looking at once through cooling as the means to kind of close the steam cycle on the electricity production side. And so that would require a significant water body that can reject that heat. You borrow the water from the water body, you run it through your steam turbine, which condenses the steam on the back end of that cycle, and then you return that water to the water body, but it's at an elevated temperature. And so that impacts that water body, right? There's going to be more water lost to evaporation because of the higher temperature, and the habitat there will be affected potentially by that temperature increase. Different water bodies have different capacities to reject that heat, right? If you have a shallow, large surface area water body, it might not be able to reject the heat as well, or the impact will be more significant than a larger, deeper one. And so we're starting to take a look at the water bodies in Saskatchewan and understand kind of how they operate, or how they would operate if they were to cool the steam cycle attached to a nuclear power plant. And that would be the same thing that we do with our big thermal generation plants right now in Saskatchewan. So the coal-fired plants in the southeast and the south all cool. They're all cooled the same way. Some of our gas turbines are air-cooled, and we looked at that. They're a lot smaller in size, though, so you can look at supplementing with air cooling on any thermal power plant, and that's something to consider as well. Another significant one is proximity to workforces and emergency services. A multi-billion-dollar project has to get built, and you have to show that you'll have a workforce there to safely build it, operate it, and maintain it through the life cycle. And so where are you compared to that human resource is something that needs to be considered. Emergency services as well. Electricity use and growth is another significant one. When you're talking this many megawatts, you want to be near the transmission infrastructure that is existing, or if you have to build a lot new, it would add to the costs pretty significantly. And you could have potentially a lot of line losses if you're too far away from the demand with the significant sources of power. So we're seeing those three are the big ones that are really kind of shaping where we might want to look at putting it, but a lot more work needs to get done, obviously. And so I think that's close to everything I wanted to kind of provide an update on today. So next steps, this conversation obviously is not going to end. There's an email address on here that Dan Johnson in the back is our Indigenous Relations lead for the SMR project, and if there is any type of discussion or any further conversations to be had, we'd definitely be more than happy to have them. I know Doug has mentioned the same thing, and but we are eager to continue these conversations, and I think we'll look at doing more events similar to this one as we work through this project as well. But the bottom as well, there's our future supply options in our main website. There's a link you can sign up if you want to get email updates on this project or any of our other big energy projects. You can do so there. And there's some additional information available as we kind of move through, and more information's available. A lot of it gets posted here. So just a last slide, there's a few links here, and so the regulator, the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, has a lot of information available on their website. They have a presentation following mine right away here, so you'll hear a little bit from them on how they work and operate and what their mandate is, kind of thing. The other one is the Nuclear Waste Management Organization. Nuclear waste is a hot topic when you're evaluating this option, of course, and so it's something that we need to be very mindful of and really educate ourselves on what the industry does to manage the waste and everything that we would have to do to manage it just as safely and effectively here in Saskatchewan. And so there's a presentation from the NWMO shortly just following the CNSC presentation this afternoon too. And I think that's it though. So again, thank you for the attention and really appreciate the time.
Thanks, Darcy. Good job as always. Thank you, Darcy, very much. Just another correction here. Darcy will be here with us for the balance of the day, I'm sure, and if you have questions for him specifically, he'll be around. Just a correction here, I did introduce NUMO as a regulator. They're not. Okay, they're just the same, they're actually they are a private, not-for-profit proponent. Did I say that right? So NUMO will be presenting next, along with the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. But before we go there, we got another visitor here. And we did introduce 5 candidates so far in the election. Saw 28th Vice Chief of the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations, looking for her second term, third term already. And my friends, I just want to say this resilient lady beat cancer. Big hand for her. But through prayer and dedication to our First Nations elders and all that, she's able to be here talking to us and again looking to serve First Nations. Heather Bear, Vice Chief Heather Bear.
Here you go, Chief.
Hey, thank you.
Stay safe. Yeah. Wow, thank you for that introduction. And first of all, I want to acknowledge our Creator. And of course, we always have elders and render their prayers. I want to acknowledge that. And to everyone in the room, leadership, of course, our former chief, Guy Lonechild, my relative, I want to lift you up today and acknowledge your good work and your service to our Federation. And of course, former Chief Lawrence Joseph, a long-time mentor. Back when I was a young girl, I used to help sing songs in his band, Satin Sheets. So I've had a long life of good relationships, and I think everyone in the room knows what that means, having that good relationship. And I'm stepping forward again with the support of my family, my community, leadership, to go into another election period. And it's important for me to address many rooms and listen and hear and have opportunities to ask questions and know what's important. We know the conditions of our people in terms of the field of economic development. We know the history, poverty and past system, all those things. But I think we're in a bigger era today, and partnerships and relationships, and I want to point to truth and reconciliation. It's good to see diversity in this room. And I want to say I was very proud of a corporation that called me yesterday, and they asked me about truth and reconciliation. What can we do? And I couldn't help but respond. And I said, I think it's you that have to make that effort yourself. And thank you for asking, but what can you do in your own room, in your own governance, to understand the history of our people, the harms of our people? What can you do in your policies, to have a more diverse and culturally sensitive work environment? And I did tell him to put some money towards treaty right to shelter and home ownership programs, those kinds of things, education, culture. But I think moving forward in this election, the unfolding of the residential schools really brought to light some of the awareness we need to have as a country, as a region, in our local towns and communities and hamlets. And I know that passion and compassion has come up. That's a part of every human being. So my platform going forward is we have a lot of work to do in the area of addictions and mental health and so forth, and a lot of it being post-COVID. But I know what's important to you in this room is, as a sovereign, I'm a woman of a sovereign nation, and as a sovereign citizen, I know I have delegated authority and responsibility to my chief and council to find partnerships, to do work, to bring prosperity to our people. That's what I know my leadership is there for. And I also know that we have a job to do as stewards of this land, and we know I'm a protector of the land and water. And we know that industry, when you come and do work in our territories, the time now is free, prior, and informed consent. And I think we need to come to terms with good ways to do that. And the province has a big role there when we talk about the first step, a consultation policy. The first step is agreeing to the terms. And I think that's the first missing step. And I think, the efforts with SAS Power, in their corporation is, all the contributions. First Nations allowed you to come on the reserve and make money. In the far north, those are people. The people in say, Black Lake they don't even want to work sometimes because they're working for SAS Power, Sask Energy. That's what they're working for. They're not working for food on the table because there's nothing left over. $1,700, $2,300 bills. Something has to change, and I ask this room to look to the north. Can I leave one thing? Sask Liquor and Gaming. You can buy a bottle of beer in Broadway, Saskatchewan, the same price in Black Lake. Because for over 50 years, they subsidized that transportation cost. I look to these authorities that have been walking away with wealth from those far northern communities, leaving them with nothing. Let's help give them a better life. I will give up some of mine to give them a better life. That's why I'm running for your fourth vice chief, because I believe in treaty that we agreed to share the land. And SAS Power, you can do it. You have lots of money, because my bill is big too. And finding good ways, I think you have the hearts now. This is the time to let's address that northern issue and help share in our resources. Kichimingwich, thank you, Chief. Hope I didn't lose a pile of votes here. Oh, my Lord. Danny, give them all a sanitizer and a van. Mask. Thank you.
Good job.
Okay.
As usual.
You'll give me a heckle.
No, I won't. I'll pray for you. How's that? Heather Bear, looking for another term. And she's got some gifts for just the voters, okay? Not the other. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. All right, just like Christmas here. Okay, thank you so much, and I think we're just going to roll on without a break, and appreciate the visits of all the candidates that are here. And if you have questions, we'll certainly accommodate those, but I've been told we'll get the regulator to talk to us first, and then that's the next ones, and then nuclear waste after that, and then questions. It's a vibrant discussion, not an argument, discussion. I don't know who we got today, Sean, is it?
No, Adam and Sarah today.
Adam and who? Sarah. Yeah. Adam and Sarah for the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. Represented, they're here? Yep. Okay, there they are. And after that we have Karen Glenn for NUMO. Okay, virtual welcome. I hope you enjoyed our lunch. Okay, you're on.
Thanks so much. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having us, and great to hear Heather Bear. Definitely worked with her over the years, and great to see her there. And can't really see you because the camera's kind of pointed at the screen, but I'm sure there's a great turnout and you're having great discussions. So my name's Adam Levine, and I'm that's better. There we go. Now I can see the crowd, at least some of the tables. So my name's Adam Levine. I'm the team lead for Indigenous Relations and Participant Funding from the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. And today I'm speaking to you from the territory that's covered by the Williams Treaties and the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people and the Chippewa nations. And I'm also here with my colleague Sarah, so I'll just ask her to introduce herself. Sarah, are you there? Okay, we'll wait for. Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Yep.
I made a joke and I wondered why nobody laughed, and now I hear that you couldn't hear me. I was saying that I saw your lunch and it looked very delicious, and it made me have to go have a snack, which was my 2 p.m. snack. So my name is Sarah Eaton. I am the director of the New Major Facilities Licensing Division. So our group is the group that's responsible for licensing small modular reactors or advanced reactors. I'm also coming from Ottawa and glad to be here. So I'll pass it to Adam to start the presentation.
Thanks so much, Sarah. And yeah, sorry we can't be there in person today due to the pandemic, but hopefully the next time we get to see each other in person. But luckily we do have one of our team members there with you, amongst you. That's Ryan Fraze. I don't know if he can just wave his hand around the room if he's still there, but definitely go by and say hi to him. He lives in Saskatoon and works for us out of our Saskatoon office, and mainly from his basement right now, as a lot of us are doing. So we're the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, and we're going to tell you a little bit about ourselves and our role in regulating the nuclear sector in Canada. So next slide. So we'll start with an overview of who we are, the CNSC, then talk a little bit about our role with regards to small modular reactors, and then finish off the conversation with around engagement and consultation with Indigenous nations and communities and the public. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, perfect. So first off, who are we, the CNSC? So we've been regulating the nuclear sector since the 1940s, so for over 75 years now. We used to be called the Atomic Energy Control Board, or the AACB. And then in 2000, the Canadian Parliament passed the Nuclear Safety and Control Act, or the NSCA, And that created what we're known as today as the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, and gave us a mandate around protection of communities and the environment to ensure that nuclear technologies and materials are being operated safely for all Canadians, as well as to ensure the peaceful use of nuclear energy and materials and uphold our international commitments to non-proliferation, as well as to share information and engage the public and Indigenous communities with regards to nuclear technologies and their safety and oversight. So we're Canada's nuclear regulator. Next slide. So the CNSC is made up of two main components. There's Sarah and I, and Ryan, we're part of the staff, CNSC staff. And there's about 900 of us, most of us in the Ottawa area, but throughout the country, we have offices, including in Saskatoon, as I mentioned. And you also have the commission. So the commission is a quasi-judicial administrative tribunal that's appointed by cabinet, federal cabinet. And they are the ones that actually make decisions about nuclear applications for licenses and environmental assessments on behalf of Canadians. And they do that through commission proceedings and hearings where the public, Indigenous communities, and everyone who has an interest can come and speak and do interventions and help make their decisions. There's typically 7 members of the commission. One of them is full-time, our president, Ms. Romina Velshi on the left. And the other members are part-time, but they do get involved about once a month or so when we do have commission proceedings. And we're very lucky to have 2 members who are Indigenous. One is Dr. Timothy Berube, who is Métis, and Mr. Randall Coggy, who is First Nations and the former chief of the Saugeen-Ojibwe Nation in Ontario. They are an agent of the Crown, so they are responsible for making a decision that whether the duty to consult and accommodate was upheld by us as CNSC staff and the Crown in consulting Indigenous peoples when their rights and interests are impacted by their decisions. And they're, the key aspect is that they're independent. They're independent from us as staff, independent from each other, independent from industry and government. So really the decisions they're making are based on the evidence and information brought before them, including traditional knowledge and information from Indigenous communities and other key stakeholders, and bringing that together and making a decision on behalf of Canadians to ensure that any project or license application is done in the best interests with regards to our mandate around safety and the environment, and that these operations will be able to be done safely throughout their life cycle. Next slide. So as mentioned, we are a life cycle regulator. So we regulate the entire nuclear fuel cycle in Canada. So everything from uranium mining and milling, and which most of it is done in northern Saskatchewan in Canada. So we do a lot of work there with the communities in the Northern Administrative District, as well as nuclear power plants, small modular reactors as they're being proposed, to the transportation of radioactive materials, hospitals, and waste management facilities. And we'll hear more from Nuclear Waste Management Organization and their plans for the management of high-level radioactive waste. And we would regulate that project should it be proposed. And so the only aspect of the nuclear fuel cycle that we don't actually regulate is uranium mining in terms of the exploration. So the exploration of uranium, that's a provincial responsibility, but everything from when the application comes in to actually propose a uranium mine all the way to the waste management, we regulate. And we regulate those over the entire life cycle of those facilities as well, from cradle to grave. So we really have a comprehensive oversight of these facilities across the country. And next slide, and I think I'm passing it over to Sarah, and after I'll talk more about our approach to engagement and consultation. So thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So I thought that Darcy's presentation gave a great overview of what an SMR is. And it really is an advanced reactor, which has a smaller output. So it produces less energy than a traditional reactor. And they can there's a wide range of designs and a wide range of concepts on technologies and how they would be used. Next slide, please. So when we talk about grid scale projects, these are larger reactors. So this is a high temperature reactor, pebble bed module in China, which recently just had its first criticality, which is a key part of the commissioning aspect. So you can see from this photograph, it is not small, it is large, it is not dissimilar to the photograph that Darcy showed for the CANDU reactors in Canada. So this was one example of a quote-unquote small modular reactor. Next slide. And then this is, on the other end of the scale, what they call a micro modular small modular reactor, or a very small reactor. So this is just these are just two examples that are out there. There are many designs that developers are considering. And so this is the Westinghouse eVinci design. And as you can see, very small anticipated uses would be in more remote locations to replace diesel generation for power. Next slide. So as Darcy mentioned in his presentation, there are two ongoing small modular reactor projects in Canada. The first is at the Darlington new nuclear site by Ontario Power Generation. So Ontario Power Generation has a license to prepare site, which is the first licensing stage, which allows them to prepare the land and get ready to be able to construct a facility. They asked for that license was issued back in the early 2000s. So they've asked for a license renewal for that, which the hearing was held in June and a decision is expected in the coming month. And OPG has notified us of their intent to select a reactor technology in 2022, and also that they would like to submit their application for a license to construct in the fall of 2022. Next slide. There also is the Global First Power Project, which is on the Chalk River site. So the Chalk River site has a long atomic history, and there have been a lot of projects that have gone on there. They made an application for, again, a license to prepare site in March of 2019, and they're doing an environmental assessment on that project. This is what you would call a very small reactor. As you can see in this image, which comes from Global First Power, there's a double door there, there's a person, and you can see what they conceptualized the reactor design to look like. So much smaller than the photograph we saw from China. It's a high temperature, gas-cooled reactor. To go to Darcy's point, their proposal for the design does not require any cooling, any water cooling, so no need for water cooling. So what the goal for this project is to demonstrate commercial viability for this project. Next slide. And in New Brunswick, New Brunswick is looking at two vendors, Arc Nuclear Canada and Boltex Energy, looking at ways that they could repurpose, use CANDU fuel to be able to power a small modular reactor. So we have received no license applications for these projects, but just sort of those are things that people are interested in. We've heard interest in New Brunswick on these projects. Next slide. So in a really important part, small modular reactors have a lot of novel designs, a lot of innovative designs, and a really important part of new technologies, novel technologies, is the importance for research and development. And so Canadian laboratories across Canada and universities and other academic institutions are doing that work to try to demonstrate the safety claims that vendors are making, which will help CNSC staff make recommendations for regulatory decisions should these designs proceed with a license application. Next slide. So pre-licensing activities. The CNSC uses the vendor design review process to conduct pre-licensing. So what this means is it's an opportunity for vendors or developers to share their design with CNSC staff, to get a better understanding of Canadian requirements, because not all of these countries are Canadian. Not all of them have worked in the nuclear field in Canada. And to get early feedback from CNSC staff on how they've addressed the requirements, if there's any fundamental challenges with the design and Canadian requirements, and also to educate CNSC staff on the design approaches they're proposing. It allows CNSC staff to get a better understanding of the vendor and to be able to identify any potential licensing challenges should that vendor find somebody who wants to build that reactor in Canada. The vendor design review process is totally separate from the licensing process. It's an optional process. Vendors pay the privilege to participate in the process to be able to get the feedback. Next page. So the next two slides just show a list of vendors that are undergoing vendor design review. So I can go to the next page. Again, just a variety of different reactor types, reactor designs, different aspects. Next page. So our role in safety. So the Canadian regulatory approach is flexible and agile enough to allow innovation in many areas. There are safety objectives and safety and control provisions that that licensees and applicants can apply in a graded approach. And what that means is not everything, because there are different reactor designs and different safety features, there are some aspects where you may have to have more protections in one area or less in another, depending on the inherent safety design of the reactor. And the regulatory approach is, the onus is on the licensee. The licensee is responsible for safety. So they're responsible for demonstrating and proving that the safety objectives have been met. Next slide. So as I've mentioned, and as Darcy presented in his presentation, there is a very rigorous licensing process for SMR facilities. I would say that the CNSC is known for rigor in its licensing process on the international stage. So the facilities are required to follow a number of regulations. Decisions are made by an independent commission, which Adam showed you their pictures earlier. So they are the decision makers. Staff simply make recommendations to the commission, who then decide. We have 14 safety and control areas, which cover all aspects of how people work, the way they work, et cetera, which have to be addressed. And we have many documents on our website which give very detailed explanations of the requirements, et cetera, that are required for licensing and compliance of nuclear facilities. Next page. So what would happen if we were to receive an application to license a small modular reactor? So as we talked about, there's different licensing stages. We have license to repair site, construction, operation, decommissioning, abandonment, et cetera. Depending on if it's the first license that is requested, there is an environmental assessment, either through the Impact Assessment Act, the provincial environmental assessment requirements, or also the CNSC's environmental assessment requirements. We do a technical review of all aspects of the application. We have a hearing process. The commission then makes a decision. And if the license is issued, then CNSC staff develop and implement the compliance program for the facilities. License terms can range between short licenses, 1, 3, 5 years to 10 years, and we have a current application for a 25-year license. Next page. I'm going to pass it back to Adam to continue. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Sarah. Next slide, please. So I know there's a lot of information. I know there's a lot coming at you in terms of if you're not familiar with the nuclear world and terminology. So now we want to talk a bit about our approach to engagement and consultation, because nuclear is a complex topic, and our focus is doing this over the long term, starting early on before projects are proposed, and carrying that engagement and consultation and that relationship throughout the life cycle of these facilities. The CNSC is an agent of the Crown, so we do, of course, have the responsibility for consultation and accommodation, and take that responsibility very seriously. So we've been developing over the years a number of different approaches and tools to help us do that. And our goal is to build trust and relationships over the long term, and to work together to ensure the effective regulation of the nuclear sector across Canada, to ensure there's protection of the environment, your traditional territories, and the public, and ensure that Indigenous and treaty rights are protected as well. Next slide. So in terms of how we approach consultation and engagement, so for example, for small modular reactors in Saskatchewan, we currently don't have any specific application in the door yet. There's discussions, there's the broad strategic engagement going on. However, we're in this phase of early engagement information sharing, and we want to start doing that as early as possible, even before an application comes through the door, so that we can start explaining our role, helping to answer questions about regulation of the nuclear sector and how it works, and how, answering all those detailed questions that surely come up. And then once we receive a formal application, then that's when we move into a consultation approach where we're focused on where the project is being proposed, who are the potentially affected communities and territories, and starting that consultation approach and discussing how the communities would like to be consulted and developing that approach together. And we have a few different tools to support that, including our participant funding program, which helps to provide funding to Indigenous communities and also the public to get engaged in our regulatory processes, including environmental assessments and commission proceedings. As well as we have a regulatory document, Reg Doc 322, Indigenous Engagement, which sets the requirements and standard for industry proponents in the nuclear sector of their requirements around engagement and consultation. So it really lays out the roles and responsibilities of us as the regulator and agent of the Crown and decision maker versus the project proponent. And they play a very important role, and we want to ensure there's that early engagement going on, partnerships being developed, concerns being addressed early on and throughout the process. So that's a really important tool that we have as well. And ultimately we want to ensure that the honor of the Crown is met and that we have a meaningful consultation process that we can then present to the Commission along with our Indigenous partners and have a good story to tell in terms of the approach and the process and how we work together. And so we want to do that throughout the regulatory process. Next slide. And that's it for right now. So I know that was a lot of info pretty quick. So Sarah and I will be here to answer any questions you have after the NWMO's presentation. So thank you.
Okay, let's have a hand for Sarah Eden and Adam Levine, virtually. And Ryan, well, I didn't get your last name, Ryan? Whatever. He's here. So stick around, Ryan, for questions that might come from the floor. And without further ado, we honored to introduce Karen Glenn, who is the Strategic Project Director for the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, also known as the Radioactive Management in Canada. And Karen has been talking to us for the last couple of days, sharing his expertise and knowledge. So Karen, if you can hear us, you ready to boogie? Did you
Yes, I am.
You enjoyed our lunch?
It was, I'm sure, very good. Better than my leftover 5-day-old egg rolls.
Well, this was roadkill for us. It's, it was not. All right. But it was delicious. Okay. I'm sorry. Dakota, don't say anything, okay? It's not against you. It's a beautiful meal, very tasty. Okay, Nuclear Waste Management Organization, Karen Glenn, you're on.
Thank you very much. Before I begin, as a settler on this land, I would like to take a minute to gratefully acknowledge that I'm streaming today from Anishinaabe, Kanyankahaka, Mohawk, and Omami Wininiwag Algonquin territory in Ottawa, which is also on the Métis Nation of Ontario Region 6 territory. So, so thank you for having me today. I am from the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, and I'm going to talk to you about all kinds of radioactive waste in Canada today and what we're going to do with it. Next slide, please. So the Nuclear Waste Management Organization was formed in 2002 as a result of the Nuclear Fuel Waste Act. And that act mandated that the nuclear energy corporations, so the waste owners, actually fund us and create a separate organization. And so we operate as a not-for-profit basis. We receive no money from government. All of our money comes from the waste owners. And our primary mandate is to develop and implement a long-term plan for all of Canada's used nuclear fuel. So I say all of it, so not just that from the reactors that exist today, but also from any reactors that would be built in the future. So all of the fuel. And then in addition to that, last year in 2020, the Minister of Natural Resources Canada asked us to engage with Canadians and Indigenous peoples to find out what we should do with the rest of the radioactive waste. So not the fuel, but what about the rest? Develop a long-term plan for that. So our main mission is to develop and implement collaboratively with Canadians and Indigenous peoples a management approach for the long term of Canada's used nuclear fuel that is socially acceptable, technically sound, environmentally responsible, and economically feasible. Next slide, please. So first I'm going to talk a little bit about the used nuclear fuel project, which is called Adaptive Phase Management. Next slide. So how did we come up with this plan? So it emerged from a 3-year dialogue with Canadians, over 18,000, including 2,500 Indigenous peoples, that took place in the early 2000s. So from 2002 to 2005, we also spoke with specialists through 120 different information and discussion sessions, and we covered every province and territory. Next slide, please. And what we heard from people was that safety and security is a top priority and that we must take action now. So this generation must come up with a solution for the waste. We can't leave it for future generations as a burden. We also heard that whatever we come up with has to be consistent with the best international standards and practices, and that it must be adaptable. So to allow improvements based on new knowledge or societal priorities or new fuels, right? And so because this project is going to take a long time to get done, we've been working on it for almost 20 years now, and we still have a good other 25 years before we would start any operation. Next slide, please. So what's this project? Well, it's a deep geological repository in which we would put all of the fuel. So I want you to think of a mine. It's like a mine that is built not for the purpose of taking material out of the earth, but rather for the purpose of putting stuff in it. And so right now, we are in the siting phase, which we started in 2012. It's a voluntary process, and we had 22 communities volunteer in Saskatchewan and Ontario, and we whittled it down to 2 locations. And those locations are both in Ontario. One is in the northwest in Ignace, which is in Grand Treaty 3 territory. And then the second location is in South Bruce, which is near Lake Huron, and that is in the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation territory. And so this repository would be built at approximately a depth of over 500 meters, almost more than half a kilometers below the ground. The fuel would be placed in a container, and those containers would be placed in the ground. The rooms would be filled, and the repository eventually would be sealed. So we expect to make a decision on location within the next 2 years, so 2023. Next slide, please. So that's what we're doing with the fuel. Now I'm going to talk about the integrated strategy for radioactive waste, which is looking for something to do with the rest of the waste. So last year, as I mentioned, the minister said, hey, we need a plan for the rest of our waste too. NWMO, you've developed a plan for the fuel. Now help us come up with a plan for the rest of the waste. I want to make sure that you know that all the waste is safely managed today and that there are some plans and projects that exist. So for instance, the modern operating uranium mines and mills in Saskatchewan, they all already have waste management facilities for the long-term management of their tailings. So they're covered, but there exists some gaps still, especially when it comes to some of the low-level and intermediate-level waste that can be generated through power generation, but also through medical isotope production and use. And so this is our next step in trying to solve this situation and make sure everything has a long-term plan. It's not the end of the road, it's just the start. Next slide, please. So we're doing 3 things: taking stock of the current waste management situation. What kind of waste do we have? Where is it? Does it have a plan? Yes or no? And then engaging on options to address those gaps. And we're doing that through a variety of different engagement activities. We've already hosted over 50 of those. And then we're going to take everything that we hear, including looking at international best practice, and then make recommendations back to the minister. Next slide, please. So we have 9 guiding principles here to help us in that development. You'll see safety and protection of the environment right up there. Very important. But so you'll see also respecting Indigenous rights and treaties. And as I was waiting and hearing Mary Bear speak, I was thinking to myself, I don't understand why we even have to elaborate that as a principle. That should be a given. But I just wanted to let you know it's there. As is meeting or exceeding regulatory requirements, that should be a given. But we just want to make sure everybody knows what we're going to come up with is looking to do all of these things. Next slide, please. We're really talking to folks and asking them, as I mentioned, what we should do with the rest of the waste and who should be responsible for implementing that strategy in the long term. Next slide, please. So this is an invitation for you. So we've got the fuel covered. We're working on it 20 years already down, along with that project. And now we're trying to make sure that all the waste that exists today or that could be generated in the future has a home. And so we want to make sure that if you're embarking in a nuclear project in your province, that there would be no orphaned waste. All the waste that would be generated would have a place to go. So I would like to invite you to participate and provide some input into our engagement sessions. We have a public, open to everyone engagement session aimed for Saskatchewan, is virtual on October 13th. You can register at our website. The address is at the bottom, radwasteplanning.ca. And I know we're working with Guy and FNPA to organize a specific Indigenous engagement session for Saskatchewan. And so stay tuned. I'm sure Guy will, once we narrow down the details of that, be in touch to offer that. But if there's any community in particular that's interested in hosting a specific dialogue on what to do with the waste, we welcome the opportunity. So feel free to reach out to me or through Guy or Desiree. And then we also have a survey. If you're interested, go on, take our survey, and then it takes about 20 minutes. Next slide, please. If you need more information about our plan for fuel, our approach to Indigenous engagement and consultation, and the work we've been doing towards reconciliation, or even to learn more about our Council of Elders and Youth that we have at the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, visit our website. And if you want to hear more about the other engagement activity on what to do with the rest of the waste, that's radwasteplanning.ca. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karine. Once again, thanks for your patience holding your questions. Karine and also the others will be here to listen to your concerns and also the direction. Also, I think one of the things that we're looking for is direction from you as going forward in this relationship that they have built for us. Guy Longchild, of course, is the CEO and has a great team going forward. First Nations Power Authority, they're looking for direction and guidance, and they would appreciate that. Howard Matthews, I don't know if you're back with us, but VP of Power Production. Terry Bird is still here. There you are. And also Doug Opseth, still here, hopefully. Dougie, okay. And Darcy, of course, is still here. And with the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, Sarah Eden and Adam Levine, they're still with us. So stick around for questions. And Nuclear Waste Management, Karen Glenn. Sorry?
Vice President Rochelle Barrett-Morphy is here as well.
Oh, she's here. Oh, you snuck in. Thanks for being here. And Vice President
Grant Ring.
Grant Ring. Okay, she's giving out free rings. They're diamond rings. So thank you for being here. Do stick around. I'm sure we have some wonderful questions here. And now's your time. Okay? You have questions, please raise your hand, and we'll deliver the microphone to you. We'll make sure it's blessed and consecrated. And
this one's for Sarah. Sarah, I spent, it's Noel Voikin here again. I spent about 10 years at Cameco working in various engineering aspects. One of the things I noticed about the nuclear industry in general is we had a lot of ominous terms. So one of the things I was going to ask you, can you just give a little bit of a description of what first criticality means? You talked about that in terms of the commissioning of the Chinese reactor.
Thanks, Noel. So the benefit of this answer is that I am not an engineer, so you will get a geologist response to that. So as part of the commissioning process, so we all know when you build, even your own house, when you build something and you have it constructed, you then have to test all of the pieces. And so with a nuclear reactor, you test those pieces in a stage-wise approach. And so what the first criticality means is they don't just turn the reactor on full bore and say, okay, now we have full electricity. They kind of start in a very slow process. And so that was what that was indicating, is that this reactor has sort of done the first piece of that commissioning. So they do commissioning with the fuel out, then they do commissioning with the fuel in. And so with the fuel in commissioning, it's done in a slow stage-wise approach to ensure that all the safety systems are working, et cetera. Is that a sufficient answer for my background?
As an engineer, I cannot add.
He's nodding his head.
anything to that.
Excellent. Thank you, Noel.
This is Glenn Wright here with the Saskatchewan Environmental Society again. I'm just wondering about the technology selection for SMRs. I'm assuming that has to happen before the site selection. And if you're in the technology selection phase, could you let us know if it's all uranium fuel that's being proposed and if it's enriched uranium or thorium or otherwise?
Yeah, I can talk to that a little bit. So in Stream 1, we're working closely with OPG to look at those 3 reactors that were mentioned on one of the slides. They all use uranium. It would be enriched uranium to slightly varying degrees for those technologies. So that's what we'd be considering as kind of Plan A, or the first evaluation piece for the Saskatchewan project.
Hi, I'm Don McKay, and I'm the same as that gentleman there. I spent over 10 years as a human resource manager for Cameco at the uranium mines, and I know some of the firsthand. First of all, I'm going to put it out there that I'm not against nuclear. I spent some time with Cameco, 14 years of Cameco, but I am also from the north, and I grew up culturally, hunting, trapping, all that. But having said that, I still keep in the back of my mind the regulatory licensing process, the reclamation project, the Gunner Mine. Right now it's going to court because the federal and provincial government are saying it's your responsibility, not ours. So I want to make sure that somebody's taking responsibility for the reclamation projects that are taking place. And if it has to go through a licensing process, I want to make sure that's included with CNSC. So I have that. But the other thing is along the same question that Mr. Wright just asked, is the technology, especially what happened in Japan 10 years ago. What is the technology for these reactors? Because it was only 10 years ago that Fukushima happened.
Hey, so I'm happy to take that question, Don. I worked in the Saskatoon office for uranium mines and mills for 10 years. So I believe I've met Don. I certainly know Glenn. So I'm certainly glad to have everyone here, particularly with this expertise and knowledge and history of nuclear in Saskatchewan, which has a long nuclear history, as most people in the room will know. So with regards to, I'll start with the second part of the question with regards to Fukushima. So the reactor technologies are advanced reactors that are being proposed. And after the Fukushima accident, the nuclear industry and the CNSC especially did a full lessons learned on Fukushima and on the cascading impacts of that accident, and implemented changes in our regulatory framework to address those severe and sort of even more severe accidents. So the regulatory framework covers all of the spectrum and the multiple cascading accidents that can occur for advanced reactors. So that part, I feel the regulatory framework has a handle on, and the lessons have been learned. And internationally, we have shared those lessons, and we continue to share those lessons as a result of that accident. With regards to your first question, for the sort of more historical projects in northern Saskatchewan, one of the important parts I won't speak to the funding of that aspect because I certainly am not the right person to do that. And I will say, happy to take a question away, and Desiree can provide your contact information. We can get someone to provide an update from our end on that. But what I would say is that the important part of the regulatory framework and the life cycle approach that the CNSC takes is that we ensure that even at that early design stage, we are planning for decommissioning and planning for waste management and planning for how you deal with radioactive waste. So all of that, whereas before they just had the mine and then afterwards thought, oh my goodness, how do we clean this up? Now we're thinking about that even before the designs are finalized. So that allows for that aspect to be covered. And then we have the financial guarantees and the financial assurances that are required for decommissioning to ensure that there are adequate funds to decommission any project should have to be decommissioned. So
I can just follow up a little bit too, like even from, I think any major industry has had that issue. There's legacy issues where the end goal wasn't necessarily considered when we were building our first coal plants in Saskatchewan either, and I can tell you that that's changed. That's no longer the case. So when you're planning a project and you're looking at getting even the initial licensing, you have to start contemplating the decommissioning phase right at the beginning. And part of the regulatory framework is to make sure that the funds and the ownership model that has the liability for that asset and that work has an adequate backbone, right? The other thing is us as a Crown Corp. I think there's a little bit more ownership provincially, right, of these type of projects. In that light too.
We've got one over here at the back.
If I could just go before you there, Randy. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Darwin DeRocher. I work with the Saskatchewan Aboriginal Land Technicians. And I just want to commend Sask Power and First Nation Power Authority for what you're doing here. It's a good sign to see the collaboration going on and looking into the future. I was lucky enough to be part of the Flying Dust project until I recently left Flying Dust. But one of the things that I do know is that there is a master agreement between Sask Power and First Nation Power Authority, which I believe expires here soon. You look at the amount of work that needs to be done and the time frame that it takes to do it. I would suggest that any agreement in the future span for longer than 10 years, maybe looking at 25, 30 years. Again, the collaboration is good and I commend you all for that. As part of the work I do with Saskatchewan Aboriginal Land Technicians, we're looking at dealing with garbage, waste management disposal on First Nation lands. And I don't know if anybody's delved into it or looked at it, but one of the ways I see the two coming together here is
perhaps using that waste to generate power somehow. And I know it's been done in my working with Flying Dust. We met with a company, I forget what country they were from, but they burn garbage to generate power. And I don't know the technology of it, but it seems to be a good fit for dealing with waste and something that needs to be looked into. Thank you.
I guess I have a next in line. My name's Terry Berg, and I've got a question that for you, Darcy.
Okay, Terry.
Use all the acronyms, and I really like that one, the MMR. And then later on, I heard that an MR is good for 1 to 3 megawatts, which should be 100 to 300 homes. I don't know what we've done as far as feasibility of it, but before Guy Lonechider leaves, I think he should be thinking about if we could in the northern communities, especially where there's resources nearby that need power. And we talked about utility partnerships with SAS Power, and then the possibility of microgrids. And if you had the right resource requirement, you had a community nearby and an integrated First Nations group that community or FNPA, and set up a utility to supply the power via these mini modular reactors. Is that what they are? And if they are modular, it seems to me you could stack them. So if we had 5 or 6 of them on, maybe we'd have enough power to be able to set up a small utility, get rid of all these diesel generators, and develop a utility that's profitable. Because the bottom line, we all got to be profitable here.
Yeah, great question and comment. I was going to say that though, regardless of what you said. No, it was a good comment, and it's been looked at. There's been feasibility work done on the micro modular reactors in that sense that they're not looking as economical from a just a cost of energy standpoint as the larger size, the small modular reactors are. And so if you have a connection to the grid, it's likely more cost effective to reinforce the connection to the grid to address reliability issues and get the power from a larger reactor at this point. Now, as those micro reactors or very small reactors develop and advance and mature, those costs might come down. They're definitely a lot more modular too, so it may become more economical as things progress, but given where we're at today, that's kind of SAS Power's analysis of it. The SMR unit within the Ministry of Government, it's a newly created secretary. It was created in 2020. We might have representation online. They've been attending most of these sessions, but they are continuing to advance and develop that type of option for remote areas in Saskatchewan. I think we only have one community in Saskatchewan that is not connected to the grid, but there are reliability issues the farther away you get from the core of the grid, right? And so, maybe in the future, as those costs come down and feasibility goes up, basically, you can definitely look at supplementing reliability issues with the very small reactors too.
Can you talk about the potential for First Nation involvement in small modular reactors?
You want to repeat that for the mic?
Yeah, the question was to comment more on First Nations involvement in small modular reactor. I tried to touch on it through the presentation, but at the very small reactor, there's opportunities there as well, obviously, right? But the participation and involvement is we're early enough now that it's very broad and very open, very flexible. So really looking to build some relationships through these types of discussions, and then, like I tried to say, materialize that involvement into something that's meaningful and something that works for us in Saskatchewan, right? Yeah, I don't know if that helps. Okay. Desiree has more comments coming.
Randy's next.
Hi, Randy Bear, Muscadet First Nation. Well, Well, from what I've read just recently during this presentation, it appears to me that the nuclear industry has been around for around since 1940, thereabouts.
That sounds right, yeah.
So why has it taken so long to develop a way and a process to deal with the waste? Now, I'm not saying I'm against nuclear. I think I probably believe in it, but what are you going to do with the waste? The containers are piling up worldwide constantly, and why has it taken the industry so long to deal with the waste?
Yeah, great question. We'll probably ask Corinne to comment on it. Yeah, maybe Corinne, do you want to take that?
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I think we have over 50 years of power generation and uses of nuclear substances in Canada, and to your point, like, why is it taking so long? And there have been projects that have been brought forward at several points in time, like in the 70s, there was conversation about dealing with the fuel, and then from 2000 to 2020, there was a project that was brought forward for a deep geological repository by Ontario Power Generation. From a technical standpoint, we have a really good handle on what to do with the waste. So the technical solutions, how to build the facilities, how to design them, how to contain the waste. And we're working collaboratively with our colleagues internationally to make sure that we learn from each other's experience. The bigger issues are always from a social perspective. So there's always a conversation about, and you'll hear it often, not in my backyard, right? It's to find a place to put this waste. And Canada is in a blessed position, but it's also a bit of an issue for us. So in Canada, we have a lot of suitable geology where we could build a repository and put radioactive waste in. And in some countries, they don't have that luxury. There's like, if you're England or Switzerland, think of the size of the country. There's a limited amount of spots you can put it in. And so it makes the decision a little shorter and easier, if you'd like. But I think that's what's taking so long. We want to make sure, I know for the fuel, that whatever community we end up choosing, or whatever location we end up choosing as a location for our repository, has the support of the communities, that there are willing hosts there. And it takes a long time to build relationships, to build trust, and to make sure that the communities understand what they're saying yes or no to. So I think that part of the issue and we're not the only ones facing this. These are multi-decade long projects, whether in Canada or internationally. And then I think that's part of the issue. But you spoke, one of the gentlemen earlier spoke about, the gunner mine, for instance. There was a time in this, in the past, in this country, where we didn't worry about what would happen in the future. We just, thought about today and then said we'd worry about that later. But that's no longer the case now. We really want, and the government has made it clear that they want to make sure that everything has a place, and there's a place for everything. So we're working on it. But again, it's not the technical things that are taking a long time. It's making sure that the society is on board with what we're going to do.
Just to add to that a little bit, like I've been crawling around our coal plants for almost 20 years, not ridiculously long, but a while, and doing lots of work to clean them up, right? Separate wastewater streams from clean streams and try and manage the waste that comes there, not only the air emissions, but the ash. We fill giant ash lagoons with a big volume of waste. And I I'm starting to understand the nuclear industry a little bit, and I start to look at these plants. That 3,500 megawatt facility that's been operating in Ontario for however many years, it's storing all of the waste on site there. The used nuclear fuel for an SMR, the entire lifetime, would fit into half the size of this room. It's not a big volume. Now you have to manage it, you have to safely and securely manage it, but it's not near the impact that I can see from what I've been working with in the coal plants all these years. So it's just some added comment there, I guess.
That's one, but you multiply that by 442 times how many reactors there are in the world. That's
Oh, totally. Worldwide, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's just our little province is just one piece of that, right?
This is Glenn Wright again with the Saskatchewan Environmental Society. With respect to the plans for the waste management of fuel, is that intended to be retrievable in any way? We know that some of the spent fuel certainly has some potential for reprocessing and reuse. Is that in the plans, or is it meant to be just stored permanently underground in a non-retrievable manner?
So what I'll tell you is that as long as the plant or the repository is operating, the waste will be retrievable. After that, it will be more difficult to retrieve the waste. The idea behind a repository, like the deep geological repository that is being proposed, is that it will contain and isolate the waste, not only to isolate it from any potential like climate change issues or future glaciation or anything that might occur in the environment, because we're talking in the thousands of years horizon, but also to ensure that it is not easily accessible in the future for any malevolent purposes. So making the waste easily retrievable makes it easily retrievable for people who might not have very good intentions as well. But as long as the facility is operating, the waste will be retrievable. And as I mentioned, it will be possible to retrieve the waste after that, but much more difficult. Again, for our planning purposes, we're looking at the earliest we would be operating is in the 2040s. And so any waste that would, any fuel waste that would be identified for, reuse in another type of reactor would not go into the repository. It would be diverted directly to that reactor for use. And then the resulting waste from that would then be sent to the repository. So the idea is if we, as time progresses, we'll get a better picture of what fuel we can reuse or how much of it we will be able to reuse.
Thanks. So I always get to do wrap up after this part. Hopefully you've learned a lot. There are a lot of different acronyms. There's a lot of different information that comes at you, and this is way too high for me now. Figures. Got a mic right in my face.
Grow up, eh?
Yeah, that's with heels. Could you imagine if I didn't wear heels? So, where do we go from here? We'll come up next with Tom and Doug. I would like to steal a couple questions that Rochelle normally asks everyone, just to keep at the top of your mind, as again, this is a first of. These sessions will be going on and ongoing. So, what kind of future do you want to see? What do you want for future generations? How does SaskPower best engage with you? How do you want to participate in economic opportunities? And what does success look like to you? So again, there is in the back of your pamphlet that was handed out, there is a questionnaire. If you do have extra questions you didn't ask here, you want more information, please fill those out. As a wrap up to what we just talked about in the small modular reactor world, First Nations can be a big part of this. And it's not just with the technology itself, it's with supply chains. It's with HR, it's with multiple different companies. In order to get involved in the nuclear world, you do have to have licensing called your N299 licensing, which is required. It's high quality control, right? Which is needed, which is something that has to happen in the nuclear industry. So it's understood quality control is a big thing. But there's different licensing, there's different suppliers, there are many different ways that a First Nation can become a part of that, whether it's small businesses, whether it's entrepreneurs, whether it's the First Nation itself. It's at the technology end, it's at the very beginning, and it's at the very end. And we are only at the very beginning of this. The first one is not scheduled to come into play in Canada till 2028. Now, technically it's a short amount of time, but really we're at the very beginning of it. So please make sure you make comment. Please make sure you fill those out. Please ask more questions. They are all here to hear you. So please, thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to this conversation, as it is a difficult one, but thank you. Tom's next, yeah. And Doug, you're up next to talk about what's next.
Again, I want to thank everybody for coming out today. You know, this is the last of this session of engagement discussion, so it was really great to hear the comments. I think each one's gotten more and more thoughts and comments back, so we're really grateful for all of that. Again, this is the start of the conversation. You know, there's going to be, I think on Darcy's graph it showed engagement throughout. When you're talking about SMRs, there's need to engage throughout the entire process. But again, SMRs are not the only thing we're working on. I know here we are talking about SMRs. I think regardless of whether we do SMRs or not, there will be opportunities in the electricity sector for more Indigenous participation. And part of why we're here is to understand what that looks like and how we need to proceed on that front. And again, outside of power generation, there's lots of other things SAS Power is working on, whether it's grid modernization or other things that we'd be happy to come out and talk about. So you'll see us out more in the future talking and meeting. And, you know, I think I've said it, Darcy said it, you know, we'd be happy to come out and speak to any of your communities about any of the topics, about anything, I guess. You know, there's different things of interest to different communities throughout Saskatchewan, and we'd be happy to come out and talk about whatever those things are, and whatever concerns you have or questions you have for SAS Power, we'll certainly make ourselves available for that. You know, certainly contact Dan or Terry or anybody at SAS Power, and we'd be happy to come out. So yeah, thank you again for this, and thank you to Guy Lonechild and everybody at FNPA and everybody involved in setting these sessions up. I think they've been a really great, and we've got a lot of good information out of this, so we really appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you, Doug. I also want to offer my thanks to everybody that has participated in these sessions. It's been great to hear the ideas, the comments, the questions. So this is the beginning of the journey. This is not the end. We will go forward from here. In terms of this phase, if I can call it that, under the agreement that SAS Power has with FNPA, we will be documenting and delivering a report to SAS Power, which will guide the next parts of the journey. So thanks very much, everyone, and safe travels.
I like that guy. Should be in politics. Some of us go blah, 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 and blah, 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 blah. Thank you, Tom. I want to acknowledge one that stood out in my mind as a necessary person in this effort. Mr. Wright, what's your first name again? Glenn. Glenn Wright. All right. Do come around often, because this is essential that we talk about Mother Earth in a good way. And I think the First Nations Authority needs that. In fact, the direction from the leadership is essentially that. You heard about from Heather Bear, who is a representative vice chief in charge of the Lance area. So he's very heavy on it. Thanks for coming. And the rest of you also, thank you. And I want to acknowledge all of you, the presenters, the speakers, of course, the virtual people that are here with us. What a miracle it is to have virtual attendance here. And also we want to talk, thank the leadership. Took time to be here. Chief Alvin Francis from Nikanit Treaty 4 First Nation, way over there. That's how we say it, over there. And we want to put Rochelle Verrett Morphy, Vice President Sask Power, to say some good remarks or complain, whatever she wants to do. Rochelle?
Thank you, Chief Joseph. I had the pleasure to get to know Lawrence, Prince Albert, North Battleford, some of our other engagement sessions. It's been a great experience. You know, we wear an orange shirt to recognize Truth and Reconciliation Day. To me, the truth is about acknowledging the past, and reconciliation is about what we are committing to do for the future. So the orange shirt is a great symbol, but what's really going to be important is what action are we going to take to build a better shared future for all of our future generations. I really appreciated the comments that Heather Bear made about leadership. Leadership is so important. I recognize we have some very strong leadership in this room. And I also want to acknowledge that we have strong leadership at SAS Power, and I'm not talking about myself here. You know, I'm grateful for the leadership of our board chair, Chief Darcy Bear, as well as Terry Bergen, one of our directors who is here today. I was talking to Mike Marsh, our president and CEO, earlier today, and he told me he really wished he could have been here, but he wanted me to let you know that he is committed to this process, this engagement process, and moving forward. I also wanted to talk a little bit about sustainability and the commitment that we have to sustainability at SAS Power, especially under the leadership of our board of directors and our president and CEO. Every year we publish a sustainability report because we want to be transparent about our sustainability goals, what we're doing to meet those goals, and the challenges that we have, and we do have challenges. One of our board committees is our Environment, Safety, and Corporate Responsibility Committee. A few years ago, our board added responsibility to that committee for corporate responsibility. And one of the things that they do is that they look at our decision-making through a lens of sustainability. And in order to do that, it's really important that we at SAS Power understand what's important to our Indigenous peoples and communities. So I'm so grateful that you're here to help us with that. In closing, I also want to thank you for taking the time to be here and thank the First Nations Power Authority Guy and his team for organizing this session. We know that you have questions and concerns. We didn't come here today to hear you say SAS Power is wonderful, great job. We really want to know what your questions or concerns are, and I can say we don't have all the answers today, but we're here. We're here to start a conversation, to listen, and to take what we hear from you back with us as we work on building our power future. So thank you.
Very, very wonderful. Thanks, Rochelle. And I didn't get the name of your spiritual advisor there, Mr. Ring. Thanks for being here. Grant Ring. Who's he with again? Saspower, okay. So everybody needs a spiritual advisor, Vishal. Welcome, Grant. Nice to see you here. I just want to make sure that we do things properly here, but I want to call on one of our chiefs, 74 First Nations, that is here all day. All day. Thank you. This is the chief of Nikanit. I want to welcome in our midst here, Chief Alvin Francis. There you go. Yes.
No, thank you very much for allowing me to come out and speak for a few minutes here. I'd like to praise First Nations Power Authority for putting something like this on, because these are very interesting to me to know that we actually are with SAS Power. SAS Power has been working with me ever since I've been the chief of Niganit. They've actually given us a lot of opportunities for my youth to grow. We signed an MOU for my community college in southwest Saskatchewan, Maple Creek there, for power engineering. And now those 2 young people have turned into 4. Now that's where we have been trying to go here. And those younger brothers and sisters are actually signing up for power engineering from the first 2. So as this grows, these cooperation agreements that we have with SAS Power, I'd like to thank Grant, because he was very instrumental in actually presenting this, because it was always Mike Marsh, the president, and I've met them when we talk, and that's what I think relationship building is. I'm going to give you a simple story of how I look at life here. Our dad, late Gordon Oakes, always used to talk about team of horses, wagon, and they used to go forward, he said. But if you ever seen a team of horses not working together, that's not good, he said, because you never get any work done. But if you ever seen a team of horses work in unison, now that is a beautiful thing. That's where we need to be. This is 40 years ago that he told us, maybe even 50 years ago. I was just a young person. And he carried that story throughout our lifetime to make sure we understood it and what it really meant. And I didn't really get it until I actually became the chief. Then I started thinking about that story. And you know what? Every person that we meet today, work in unison. You'll get farther together. Agree to disagree, because that's always important. It's always about negotiations and being able to negotiate to something that you both can agree on, because that's the important part of life. These small messages that I give are, sure, they're important, but remember, all that we do today are going to affect our children and our grandchildren. Whatever we do today, find the safest way to do things, because what we've always been told is, leave this place a better world than you came into it. That's what we've been told. And I carry that genuinely in my heart to make sure that my children, my grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren have a better way of looking at things. We raised the Treaty 4 flag in Swift Current here just a couple of days ago, and it was important to see that, because it's been a long time coming. How long has Treaty 4 been in effect? A long, long time. Now, as we get to go along here in the future, please pass this knowledge on to make sure that we get along in the world. This is your one time to make this a great place. Make this a great place, because you only get one chance at life. What the Creator has given you, He only lent this body to you. Make use of it. Make use of your mind. As I've always been told, there's only actually one race. It's the human race. Get that in our heads. Pass that on. We can walk hand in hand as long as we can say it to each other that we want to make a better world together. What more can we ask for? But let's make this a better place for everyone and a better future. Mother Earth is only created once. Take care of it. That's our job. So please understand each other. Talk to each other. Get to an agreement to make sure we can all move forward together. That's all I ask. It's a simple message that my elders have told me. I'm going to pass that on to you. Take care of each other. Love each other. Because all these things that we've done our part in treaty. We've shared the land. We've shared everything. But still today, we are almost the poorest people in our own country. Turtle Island, that's what we call it. So please, I want my grandchildren to learn and to grow up together. There's no secret to it. We as human beings can learn to do these things together. So let's walk hand in hand together, and let's make this a better place for everyone. So SAS Power, Island First Nations Power Authority, that's what cooperation is. That is just part of the first step. Let's not make it the last one. Let's join together and make this a better place for everyone. So thank you. Hi, hi. Thank you.
We thank you for that message, and it's a message that I've heard too. My father-in-law was the chief for 44 years, senator till the end of his life, and exactly that is that when there was no heavy equipment when I was young, he said, but we had big log houses that we had to move. So what we did was we hitched up 8 teams and moved those buildings with no problem. And the reason why we were able to do that was those horses all pulled in one direction. And they were able to move big buildings. And that's what Chief Francis is talking about. Again, the human family is what we are. And I think, Chief Kyle Owensall, thank you for doing this. You got the right person there. He's been a leader, still a leader, and his passion is to get the people that are most impacted with newcomers get a share of the good world. And I think Chief Felix Thomas said, we don't want to wedge in. We want to be part of the whole picture. And good words, and I hope we're learning from each other, and the cooperation that the culture is there to share both ways. I want to introduce the chairman of the board, First Nations Power Authority, to offer some closing comments. Chief Felix Thomas, and then we'll finish off with Chief Kyle Owensall.
Thank you, LJ, and thank you, Chief Francis, for another session. Chief Alvin was at the very first session a year and a half ago in Regina, and sat through the whole day there as well, and certainly appreciate the commitment you've shown us and to your people as well. Thanks, Lee, for another one of our board members, a longtime board member and volunteer at First Nations Power Authority. And when we're talking about the waste, and there's 2 things I really need to clarify. When we talked about Gunner, those were tailings. And when we talk about nuclear power plant waste, that's what's left over from the power plant. Because when you look at the existing tailings waste, they're up in northern Saskatchewan, northern Ontario, or wherever the case may be on some of these tailings, whether they're uranium or not. But the use of that energy, it's downtown, close to downtown Toronto, all along the Great Lakes there. But they don't get the waste. That waste is now going to be exported somewhere. And that's where the controversy will be, and that's where, for all I know, it's going to back where it came from. It'll be ironic. So those things, the things that we've talked about, a gentleman from Cameco and the environment, those are some of the things that we need to stay out in the open, and as partners, take them to heart and not get offended or whatever, because those are some of the things that a good partnership and an open relationship, even in a marriage or a partnership, you need to be able to speak together and need to be able to say the good things as well as the bad things, and that's the only way we move forward. And as we move forward, I think there are some of the other things that SAS Power and needs to understand, and this was good for them, these sessions, because now they heard, they've heard Guy and I bitch and complain for the last dozen years, and they say, well, is that what the First Nations want? Well, I tell you that as a First Nations chief, that is what we want. We want to be part of the economy, part of the solution, and but also have you realize that this whole thing about energy efficiency and getting the best price and stuff like that, it made me think that the gentleman from northern Saskatchewan, do you drive a truck? See, I'm not from northern Saskatchewan, so I drive a Toyota Camry.
But you don't drive on my road either.
That's right. There's different appropriate methods and different appropriate ways to get power. And we need, some power might be a little bit more expensive, but it's the right power, an appropriate power. And when we looked at where the mines are and stuff like that, we didn't have to have a nuclear mine in Saskatchewan and Manitoba, because we were able to flood the land in the north to get hydropower. That's why you have nuclear plants in Toronto, or in the Great Lakes. They can't flood 14 million people. So that's where it goes back to what's the right or appropriate at that time. And now we look back and see that maybe that wasn't appropriate, but we got to make sure that we do it right as we move forward. And that's what these sessions, this is the start of those sessions as we move forward. As Desiree said, this is the beginning, and hopefully Rochelle will still be there in 20 or 30 years' time. And but they're setting a precedent in terms of First Nations involvement in the decision making, and that's where we need to be. So with that, I want to thank everyone for showing up. And Mr. McKay, you have a...
I just want to ask, I just want to put a question in people's mind right now to think about this. And I support nuclear. I worked for Cameco for many years, but I want to just give you a question to think about.
When we talk about these resources, where are they coming from? They're coming from the north, but where's the most expensive place to live?
Yep.
Think about that.
Yeah, and it's so true. I mean, in northern, in a lot of the northern communities, where they have to have electrical heat. They're producing the power in their backyard, goes and it eventually gets back to them. But somewhere along their line, they took a trip around the world to get back to where they came from, and then it's costing $1,000 a month, as the one individual said. So these are some of the things I think as engineers, and most of SAS Power is mostly engineers and lawyers. that don't live in northern Saskatchewan and northern Manitoba and northern Ontario or whatever. So those are some of the things that, but the people from the north and the rural communities never had that opportunity to really sit down with SAS Power and those and the people that work there, because even though it's a corporation of people, and it's a corporation of people from Saskatchewan, and there is a Saskatchewan way, and hopefully we don't lose it. As Chief Francis said, like we still need to act as if we're treaty partners and look after the best of each other. So we do thank everyone for attending these sessions, and hopefully you'll be champions of the environment. It is it's not a portfolio, it is a way of life, and something that we all need to look after our environment. We do have a gift we're going to present to one of our facilitators and champions within SAS Power, and I'll get Guy to, I'll help him give this. So, Guy.
Okay. Well, give my boss a round of applause if you wouldn't mind. Help me out. They were crazy enough to hire me, so I'm still around after almost, what, 4 years now?
Yeah.
3.5, yeah. And to, of course, Leah Henneque, and of course, who else is here from our board? That's it? Just two? Okay. And all of those who have attended from SAS Power, Terry Bergen, I want to thank him as well from SAS Power's board of directors, Chief Darcy Bear, my good friend in Nistow. The young lady who welcomed us into her territory, the Dakota Territory and the Dakota Ways are beautiful ways. And of course, all of us together as Saskatchewanians, we're all beautiful people, and we're all committed people to this teamwork approach. This Team Canada approach is also probably best exemplified by a Team Saskatchewan approach. A lot of brilliant and smart people have left this province, but a lot of people continue to stay here and call this home. It's affordable. It is livable. It is a kind, loving, and friendly province. We have to remember that. We have to remember that inside of our hearts when we think about September the 30th tomorrow, when we think about reconciliation, or we think about making our past wrongs as a country right. And we as former leaders listen. We listen to the passion that each of you bring to this conversation. And we're here for the right reasons. We're here to strengthen this partnership moving forward. And so I want to call up my good friends, Grant Ring and Rochelle Barrett-Morphy. Come on up, if you wouldn't mind. I call them friends because they really are. I treat them like friends. I treat them like not just friends, but friends and neighbors. And they've been very, very committed to this cause with First Nations communities, to look for ways and avenues and innovations for us to move forward and make life better for those people in the North. They've come up with some really innovative solutions and discussions in our earliest conversation. I remember, Grant and Rochelle, when we first met in the SAS Power boardroom, those are still the visions and the commitment that we bring to and the bread and butter issues that matter to people. Putting food on the table, clothing on the backs of their children, a roof over their head, and food to eat, and of course power bills to not consume their everyday thinking about what they're worried about on a daily basis, because that's the reality for Northerners. It's the reality for those communities in the South as well who do not have natural gas power generation, or sorry, natural gas to heat their homes. And so this is not an easy task, but we will go down this road together. I want to recognize another friend of mine, and this person has come in to steady a ship, and oftentimes things are said or done to try to test the relationship between SAS Power and FNPA. And at times it's been tested. But Mr. Johnson, if you would come forward, please, come on forward to, this is the guy that helped to right the ship in terms of Indigenous relations in the last few weeks and months here working with us, so please give him a round of applause. And the chief will give this to you and hand it to you. It's just a token of our appreciation, Dan. His thoughtfulness, his ability to ensure that the partnership between our two organizations is strong, and he's carried us to this point to get the last little bit of engagement sessions off the ground. And we want to further our commitment and solidify our brotherhood in our partnership with you, Dan. So keep up the fabulous work. I've watched you day in and day out. We've had many good words. And you represent the SAS Power very, very well. So thank you very much on behalf of all of our members across 6 provinces and territories. FNPA started with a great idea and a conversation between SAS Power and the First Nations of Saskatchewan, and we have lots to be proud of, and we'll have lots to look forward to in terms of future opportunities with Saskatchewan Power. So thank you very, very much for your commitment to stay here all day. And if I had the singers here, we'd do an honor song. So we'll take care of that at some point down the road. We'll see you down the road. Take care, and we love you. Thank you. And on behalf of our team, our dedicated small team of board of directors and staff at FNPA, our consultants, our advisors, and many others, we cannot do this without the support of First Nations in Saskatchewan. That's unequivocally true. We won't exist unless we bring real value to the conversation with real opportunities. And so when we heard today, we heard you loud and clear that a long-term commitment to this partnership. Think about that. Think about what a long-term relationship and commitment looks like under a new master agreement, because ultimately that's what we're after. We're not after a 3-year or a 5-year wait and see. But let's demonstrate the confidence and the commitment to see this through so that we can all benefit through the conversation. So, my good friend, Chief Lawrence Joseph, we've served many, many years together. Thank you so much for you and your lovely wife to have us, to pray with us, eat with us, and of course, direct us in a very productive way. So thanks very much again, and look forward to the next bush. Back to you, LJ.
We'll see you in the next bush. That's a good way to end it, eh? Of course, you have to say that in a prairie. Well, for my part, I really am very impressed with this crew that we have working for this effort here. Tony, technician back there, kept in line with the visitors. Thank you for that. I hope you keep these people, guy, because it's a good way to unite people. And also Wilfred Dieter, the roving photographer. And Chief Felix Thomas, little brother, Joshua Thomas. He likes that, eh? No, that's his son. That's his son, and also Christina Swan way back there. Don't forget to pick up your... She's giving away $5 for per diem, so pick yours up in the front and the back there. So, and also the team of First Nations Power Authority, a super job. Tom, thank you for that gift. It's a life-saving gift. We won't go there, but you and I will continue to pray. So on behalf of my wife, Priscilla, she was very honored to be part of this. Thank you, Guy, for allowing her to be here, and also leadership, the former leaders, the chief, the words that you spoke right from the heart. And many others that are here. For my part, I want to convey my wife's message to you. She will continue praying for unity, like the chief talks about, the human family. And she's actually licensed me to say the closing prayer. Licensed me. That's what my Director General asked me. Let's all rise and pray together and thank our good Creator for this team effort, and also for the day that's going to visit us tomorrow, a recognition of sorrow and sadness and regret. Pray in your own way, and that we will continue to do the things that Chief Francis has talked to us about, to pull together and love one another. And it's a big task, but it's possible with the Creator's help. How am I going to tell you now? Mamo taimo. Nanaskutina gixiwatsun. Anochagis wapatihia. Iwakata piksquitic. Ugixtoasum saguta. Kapiasapaya. Nanaskum nanmaka. Giapsingagis mututinan. Gixiwatsun gemaskausiun to its mohtiama. The wastina man miskanawap muhkawip mohtia. Mioion the giukakwea. You mean the Tante Peter's the gate squimoch. The hands must near, not doinan. The Magitonan, Kiana book, das dark. Atuskun guys, Buxi the Marcusia. Lord in heaven, we thank you for this opportunity and this blessing to be together as a human family, as Chief Francis has talked to us. And help us, Lord, give us the wisdom and the knowledge to be able to move forward together with love and unity, and an effort to paint a way for our young children yet to come, and those yet unborn. Lord, we ask that you will give us safe travel and continue to be present with the First Nations Power Authority, the Saskatchewan Power, on all those people that are working together to build a safer and a more friendly environment as we work towards unity, and also a safer and a more easy way to live with power. Lord, we ask this in the name of Jesus Christ. Help us to travel safe home to our home fires with our loved ones, and we ask until we meet again as a group that you will visit each and every one of us and travel with us. Lord, we ask this in the name of our Lord, our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. Hey, hey. Safe travels. Next time.
Flowing waters renew the spirit and adjust their paths. FNPA adapts to constant changes too. We engage in a wide variety of renewable energy projects. We eagerly pursue a cleaner future. And we keep promises alive for sustaining our people and for benefiting relationships for all involved.
Again, very proud to sit on the board of FNPA. Just as proud being a member of the Meadow Lake Tribal Council and working on this project. The clean energy aspect, the renewable energy aspect is very important. It's in line with the goals and aspirations of First Nations and our values specifically. You know, it's interesting that when you talk about the treaties state, you know, as long as the sun shines, the grass grows and the river flows, and you generate power from all three of those. I mean, in terms of the wind, in terms of the sun, in terms of the water through hydro, and in terms of the biomass. And so, you know, those are all values we hold in high esteem. The environment is very important to us as stewards of the land, and having the land so close to us in terms of our relationship to it.
If we could work hand in hand, SaskPower, First Nations Power Authority, the Meadow Lake Tribal Council, and First Nations as a whole, to produce that cleaner power, our world would all be better. I think that First Nations Power Authority is heading in the right direction for cleaner energy. SaskPower has, I believe, has got to take First Nations Power Authority more and give them the opportunity to produce more clean energy, because I know it is in the First Nations of Saskatchewan's heart to make cleaner energy. So our environment is cleaner, also helps out economically with the First Nations.
If you are a First Nations community who wants to explore energy sovereignty and security, let us help you achieve your energy goals. And if you're a clean energy company who is looking to partner with a First Nations community, please reach out and learn how we can help you with meaningful engagement with our Indigenous communities.
FNPA, the pathway to powerful opportunities. As strategic leaders, FNPA is as responsive as the wind. We can move this way and that, promoting a slipstream of economic opportunities. We bring Indigenous and industry leaders together to develop renewable and alternative energy projects. And we are also committed to future generations. We are creating projects that contribute to the reduction of global warming.
FNPA is here to serve as a valuable resource to enabling a cleaner energy future to benefit First Nations communities across Canada. One example is the Owasso Solar Power Project, where we're supporting the construction of 10 megawatts of solar generation on Cowessess First Nation. Similarly, projects underway with George Gordon First Nation, Star Blanket Cree Nation, and Flying Dust First Nation, where we will be soon reaching commercial operation dates in 2021 and 2022.
I choose to work for First Nations Power Authority because I believe in the vision and the people. Everyone here has a wealth of knowledge and they're all passionate about improving Indigenous communities and protecting the environment. I like that I get to work on a huge variety of different kinds of projects with a bunch of different teams, and I like knowing that when I wake up and go to work, that I know I'm part of the solution to help improve Indigenous communities and to get them involved in decision making on a cleaner energy future, not only for us, but for our future generations as well.
FNPA, the pathway to powerful opportunities. Mother Earth has a heartbeat. We maintain a pulse on this by honoring the Indigenous identity. We're committed to community and equality. We connect both Indigenous and industry leaders to develop renewable and alternative energy. We do this to preserve our natural environment, for ourselves, and for the generations to come.
Why is First Nations Power Authority important to you?
So we can continue to have clean airs, earth, and water for my future.
And what does FNPA mean to protecting the environment?
Because they can help our communities become healthier and greener, and FNPA is my family.
I believe that it's the youth that are pushing us in this direction, using our energy more cleanly. I'll give you an example. My granddaughter, when she was 5 or 6 years old, maybe 4 years old, I was driving down the road one day and I picked up a coffee, and me and her were going down the back roads, and I was done my coffee and I threw out my coffee cup. She stopped me right there and said, "Mushum, do you know you're making the earth sad?" So ever since that day, I've never thrown anything out of my truck. It stays in my truck, and when I get to, so there goes the position that I'm taking. It's the young people that are pushing us as older people and the political people to be more cleaner with our energy.
Clean energy is important for my generation, so we may have a chance to have clean air, clean water, and clean land. And FNPA is helping to ensure a better future.
It's a good day to be Indigenous. It's a good day.
With my position with Meadow Lake Tribal Council, I work directly with the new bioenergy facility that's being constructed alongside the North Sask Forest Products sawmill. Extremely interesting project that's focused on renewable energy production, totally associated with using waste product from North Sask Forest Products. All of the bark and trim ends and sawdust that come out of the sawmill that is currently being used in or being burnt in a 50-year-old beehive burner will now be combusted in a new piece of technology that will produce 6.6 megawatts of energy that will be fed directly into the Sask power grid. And that is enough energy to actually power 5,000 homes.
The Meadow Lake Tribal Council is always looking for new ways of building economy and being part of the Saskatchewan future. The MLTC Bioenergy Centre is a prime example of how that fits in with that mandate. We're very proud to be part of SaskPower's future. We're very proud to be part of the Meadow Lake Tribal Council's arsenal of new developments, and we're proud to be part of Northwest Saskatchewan and all the new growth and opportunity that brings with it, whether that's employment, new skill development, and new revenue streams.
Please join us as the future is clean energy and helping Mother Earth sustain a bright new future for our First Nations communities.
FNPA, the pathway to powerful opportunities.